wishing I was meat maxing.
What does that mean?
We are
Actually,
live
I
on
don't know what's going
YouTube.
on.
What's up, Internet?
Hello.
Wait, what?
Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
so check this out. The female orgasm is fake. Like it doesn't serve any medical function. And like I've never made a girl come. Like my girlfriend said, it ain't real.
What's that?
Nothing. Carry on.
Wow. Starting off strong. Okay. Phil, you got a plan for today?
I do,
Plan?
but my computer is
Oh.
still like updating. It's in the middle of this really slow process.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're good.
Really sorry, you guys. I mean, I had
All
something
good.
lined up. My Discord wasn't working, and like we said, it wasn't like it didn't work on my computer, and then I restarted, and it's just being real slow.
That's cool.
Can I give
Alright,
some
dude.
unsolicited advice?
Are you
Hey,
gonna
go ahead,
stick it
I'll-
because he can't?
Hey, is anybody watching on YouTube?
Are you actually live on YouTube?
Yes.
I am. Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
I'll test it.
I can see you live on YouTube.
You can see me.
I can see you live on YouTube. Yes.
Oh yeah, it's working.
There's video. Yeah, because I think there wasn't when I started, and I realized that and added it, and I wondered if it did it live as well, but it looks like it does. Very cool.
I'm gonna dip because I don't want to jeopardize you with gamer words. Enjoy.
You can chill, dude. I don't care, but you don't have to stay either. Later, man. It's up to you.
This thing's going real slow. It's just the Windows screen. It's just the the little upload circle
Hell yeah.
loading the whole time.
We're getting
This is fucking great.
the powers that be. Don't want us doing this. It's like a
Actually,
go for it.
oh no, sorry. Does the military use Windows? That's scary because it shouldn't happen, right?
Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure it was Windows we had.
Fuck, dude.
I've always
Oh.
used Windows as a default, and so I remember times in my life that I haven't, and I don't remember the military being anything different. So I would imagine it was just whatever the current Windows was.
The problem is it's actually such a better OS than Apple. Windows is just easier, I think. But I don't know.
But like even on those because I don't know if it's. I would think the military should have their proprietary one, like just on their little iPads or something.
Something.
Who was it who was saying he got graphene? Was that what's his name? Boogie? I don't know. You guys use like DuckDuckGo or something?
You know it from Brave.
Yeah, bro.
Brave browser too.
Yeah, I've got Firefox and DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, I use DuckDuckGo as my web browser.
It's all right. It's like nothing at this point is actually, I don't know. Like the Telegram CEO,
Yeah.
France was coming after him, and like, I don't know.
Yeah, nothing
Wild stuff these days.
is, if the Eye of Sauron decides to place itself upon you, there is little you can do to obscure yourself from it, unless you are, like, literally living out in the woods. Like, if you're already living PB Ops, where you don't have an address, and you change the physical location where you sleep, like, every other day, then sure, maybe, and you don't have any electronic devices, etc., perhaps you can evade. But if you are conducting a normal life at all, and they decide that they're going to, like, investigate you or whatever, there's little you can do. I think that there is something to be said about making the probability of getting flagged or, like, just, like, throwing roadblocks, right? So if you text
Yeah.
on Telegram, Signal, Discord, and your cell phone text messaging, well, that's whatever, 4 or 5 different companies, 4 or 5 different subpoenas, et cetera, that they got to go deal with, right? And if they get one, they don't have all of your. It's not like all the eggs in one basket
Compromise.
type situation, exactly. And then
Gotcha.
little stuff like everybody signs up for all these fucking. This is one for me personally. Everybody signs up for all these rewards programs and stuff that, you know, you spend $10,000 and you get $5 off or something. But they're just like using all of that to track you hardcore, and you think, who cares, you know, when they know that I buy X amount of cat litter every month, but like when they have everything you do, it all comes together. Like they know everything about your life. They know you have 6 cats and which ones of them are aggressive or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Crazy shit.
Nobody's
They
reading
do.
all the fucking fine print terms and conditions. I never know what I'm agreeing to.
Yes. So
Yeah.
the list, if it's something that's actually going to tangibly be, you know, dope for me or save me money for real, then I'll go ahead and sign up for it, sure. But every fucking store you go to, you try and share, like, want to sign up for our rewards program? I'm like, no, I don't want to sign up for
Right.
your rewards program.
I don't want to
Yeah.
be mined by your company for information,
Sure.
which is the new currency.
So are
Yeah.
we doing like an open discussion type thing tonight, maybe?
Or what's your status on your computer?
It just loaded up into the login screen, and I typed in my password and stuff's loading. It may be like another, I don't know if I had to guess, maybe 10 minutes or so, and then maybe I can get it started. We'll see. Let's just have the discussion for now. I
Yeah,
think
for
this
sure.
is-
I heard
Yeah.
subpoena and magically appeared.
Mr. Alchemist, since you've made the taking prisoners video, is interrogation in order next? Or advanced interrogation? Basic interrogation?
Yeah, we are just in general. I still have some other things that I could talk about. Like I've done a bunch of vehicle operations, so that can kind of transfer over to the civilian world, which is a series I want to do. I want to do guerrilla warfare soon. It's probably the next video series I'm going to do. Point being, we're starting to get out of the super basic infantry small unit tactic stuff, which obviously I have the most time and experience on, and start to touch on subjects that maybe stuff conceptually that I understand but I haven't done myself per se. And yeah, I don't know. Interrogation would definitely be in that, right? I've never interrogated somebody. I've never been anywhere even close to in a position to do that. But yeah, I mean,
Have you been through interrogation resistance training, though?
Not officially. Not really.
Okay. Might be
What?
possible to reverse engineer what to expect there, then.
Sure,
Alright.
I do know, like, I know things because I look into a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Typically, torture actually doesn't work too well, and so what they're actually going to try to do is coerce you. Like,
Right.
get you
Really?
to... Yes. Actually, like, you go watch that episode that What's-His-Face, which is a terrible... Go watch that one episode with that guy on Joe Rogan recently, but the CIA dude, he's got, like, some crazy name, which is why I can't think of it, or I'm not even going to try it.
Oh, that
Yeah.
Atamati guy.
Yeah, there you go. But
Sounds like some kind of Asian race or something.
yes, he got all of the CIA's torture stuff got pinned on him, and that's what he like got in trouble with, and it got pinned on him because he was the guy that's like, no, don't do this, it's wrong. So then when the time came, they were like, yeah, fuck that guy. And so they pinned it on him. Anyways,
Classic government move.
yes.
The guy who was in Greece, right?
I don't know any of the
Okay.
details about none of that. A lot of what, not the main portion, but a good portion of what this was discussed or continued to come up was the fact that not only is torture, morally bad and et cetera, or whatever, but it's actually not even effective. What's way more effective is coercing people, getting them to be their friend, playing mind tricks on them, getting them to just open up and like talk freely, and then they'll pull tidbits of information here. If somebody is like a trained warrior, especially like on a religious level, but I would say it doesn't matter, right? Whether it's religious or you're dying for your mother nation or whatever your shtick is, you've done the damn thing. You've signed up. You fucking dedicated yourself to the point where you didn't surrender or whatever. You got taken in forcibly, and now you're enemy POW, and they're coming in to try to get information out of you. Right? If they're going to just be assholes to you, then you're just going to be like, fuck you guys. Like, this is going to suck, but it is what it is, until death. And this is just, you might sound unlikely or whatever, but this has been proven time and time again to include most recently with this. So not only the whole point of the Joe Rogan episode was not only is it like immoral and bad and shitty they pinned it on this guy, but it wasn't even effective. If we were actually like, we have to get the terrorists, and do the thing that gets the most terrorists. Well, the thing that gets the most terrorists is actually basically playing psychology games on people and tricking them into divulging information without even really realizing it. So
That's funny because I had the exact opposite current understanding. I thought that the CIA was training all of their assets to basically, limit the information they do have, because they're assuming if you get captured and tortured, you're gonna give it up every time. But
right,
You know, GWOT, like,
completely the opposite.
so like, if you're just an infantry soldier, or even if you're in special forces or anything like that, how much valuable knowledge are you actually privy to that could possibly be valuable to an enemy that would take you as prisoner? Like, if you're not CIA or you're not like a top general or some shit like that, how much do you really know that would really benefit them? I mean, I would assume that most of your focus is on just following orders, and a lot of it's just reactive. It's not like, oh, we have this planned ahead and what's coming down the pipe, because you're out there on the front lines. Like, how much knowledge was actually shared with you that could benefit them?
To piggyback on what GWOT's saying, as a total literal nerd that likes to look at academia.edu to read psychology papers, well, one of the big things that they found recently in studies about torture is that the torture is so bad that people will just tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear to stop the torture, instead of actually giving you actionable or good information, essentially.
Oh, I see.
I
literally don't know where the coordinates are, where the detonators are, but I'm just going to say they're in that red barn, because stop fucking squeezing my balls.
There was a study they specifically did with waterboarding, where people that were waterboarded were just like, yeah, dude, whatever the fuck, stops getting me waterboarded. Sure, whatever you want to hear. Those were some interesting studies that I think is where the information, that the base of the information he's talking about.
Yeah. So, trying to cover all the questions if I can remember. The CIA compartmentalizes information, just protect from all strategies of human intelligence, right? I would say probably what's most common, and therefore what they're most protecting from, is people being flipped through blackmail or financial gain. Right, so it doesn't matter. Again, it's typically not squeezing somebody's balls to get you a bunch of information. It's like blackmail. It's paying them a bunch of money. It's taking them and making them think you're not the enemy. We're actually the nice guys, and we're being so good to you, and we're trying to help. And the more you help us, the more we can help you. That's the same thing cops do when they go in an interrogation room, right? Even though they're talking to the murder suspect who they're trying to put in jail for life, they're communicating with him like they're friends. Even when he starts to talk about super fucked up, and then I bashed a little girl's head in, they're still being like nice and chill and be like, oh man, how'd that make you feel? Like, man, then what happened? Oh my goodness. They want to keep the juices going. They don't want to flip it until it's all done. All the information is out. So that's why the CIA would compartmentalize, just to protect against all forms of human intelligence, asset flipping and all that. What does the regular rifleman know, right? The infantryman pretty much doesn't know anything. However, some real basic knowledge, depending on the exact situation, could still be helpful to the enemy, right? How many people are there? How many people are in your squad? How often do you guys clean your guns? How many bullets? How much ammo do you carry on you? How often do you eat? How often do you take a shower? How often do resupply trucks come in with food? What kind of food do they bring in when they come in? Right, I can know, like,
what
are these
radio frequencies?
Sure, right. Even just super basic stuff. Even just like looking at him and kind of observing him, as long as we don't fuck him up too bad in the first couple days, I can be like, these dudes are well fed, well nourished, locked on, trained good, well equipped. Or I can be like, these dudes are fucking barely hanging on. They're already scraggly. They're about to crack. They have no training. Now, if America is fighting Russia, right, America probably already has most of the information about the Russians. They don't really need to take a prisoner of war to figure that sort of stuff out. So then, therefore, he's not going to know anything. Other than maybe he's got a radio with frequencies logged into it. Maybe he's got a map with stuff already written on it. Maybe he's got a notebook with some stuff written on it. Basically, same thing, coordinates and radio frequencies that we can look at. But for the most part, your average foot soldier isn't going to be a wealth of information, right? He's not going to know the battle plans, the strategy, what we're doing next month, etc., etc., etc.
but they still have like relevant knowledge in the war zone that could potentially be used used against like
if we
friendly.
if we didn't have much of a good idea about the enemy, or if the enemy situation varied greatly and we didn't know about their situation in the local area, then yeah, we would just getting that basic information. How well fed are you? How equipped are you? How trained are you? Like what's the morale like? What's everybody feel? What's like what kind, like how are you guys just locked up, turtled up in the defense? Are you guys out patrolling all the time? Just like super basic information, if you don't know anything, can be useful.
So
Gotcha.
besides for the use of potential propaganda use, using them in videos or something like that, what is like the biggest value of taking prisoners then in that case?
Yeah, information, which is possible. Again, like we just went into, situation dictates. How valuable are they, and how much do you not know is going to change how valuable the information they have is.
Is that worth? But when you showed the video, though,
Yeah.
it looked like that kind of information was not worth the squeeze of taking prisoners. So.
Sure, the biggest thing would be leverage. Leverage in political style negotiations, which are basically always going alongside any sort of war effort. Right? Even in like a Minuteman context, we're whatever. Here's the classic one. We're held up in our prepper community because we're good guys and we love God and America, and then these hooligans come and they start fucking with us. Well, we get in a couple gunfights and we win them pretty decisively, and we get another gunfight and we're able to take 5 people prisoner. Now we can be like, hey, you fucking, we'll give you guys back if you leave, or whatever, right? We have some leverage. We can leverage. Hopefully getting whatever it is we want in some definitive way for the exchange of these lives.
I see. We're even seeing that play out in the Middle East right now.
Yep.
They've got the bodies of hostages they've taken, and they're still worth something, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, nation states do this even in non-times of war, right? Like that's where everybody that's famous gets busted for fucking having a vape pen on them or something in some foreign country. The reason that they're doing that isn't because they're so worried about the vape pen. It's, oh, awesome, now we got an American superstar here. Well, who is it that America of ours has locked up? Let's fucking get them on the phone. Let's get the negotiations going. Let's get our boys home.
Yeah, I mean, I left a comment on your video about the Battle of Agincourt between, the English and the French, and King Henry V ordered the execution of a bunch of the French soldiers. Really, the only ones that they left alive were rich nobles, because they wanted to take them for ransom, and then all of the other people that weren't nobles or come from rich families, they executed them. So it seems like that's still relevant today, like
or 2 years ago when we traded a WNBA star for the most prolific arms dealer in history.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm ready to run this thing.
Yeah, brother.
Nice. Want to screen share?
Yep, share your screen whenever, and I'll hop on that, and we'll get her going.
See it.
Yep, we got it. Looks good, brother.
All right, cool. So the majority of our play tonight is just going to be in Google Maps. We do have, the Roll20 with icons in some areas as well, but it's going to be in Memphis. It's funny. I have been planning this for rolling this idea around in my head for a week, and then people started talking about it. So let's do it. So as you all know, we have a protest coming up this weekend. I believe it's going to be, it's slated for Saturday the 18th. We'll see what happens. Anytime this happens, especially in Memphis, things have potential to get pretty crazy. So, how many players do we have tonight?
I'm here for sure.
This is Phil. Oh, please.
Okay, I got GWOT, I got Hebrew, Phil.
How many can you take?
It could be whatever. It's
Deus Volt is
not
down.
Okay, so we got 3. We can
Yeah,
do 4.
man.
We can do
4.
5 if you want. Okay. Honey Badger. So we got. All right. Deus Vault, GWOT, Hebrew Phil, and Honey Badger. All right, let's lead with that.
Right, what are we doing? I'm
Okay.
kidding.
So, you guys, here's the scenario. You live in this charming neighborhood right here of Marble Avenue in the middle of Memphis, Tennessee. It is a charming little place that is, well, it's, relatively charming compared to a lot of other people around you. To the north,
I would like to move out of town, please.
I'd like to move into
So
Is that
to the
Mr.
north-
Measure?
No, it was Phil.
So
How
to the
many
north-
tires are there? Are there tires available by chance?
Oh my goodness. Go ahead,
Well,
Boca.
let's see. We're not sure. But to the north, you've got this wonderful lake that I would not recommend swimming in. To the south, you've got the Memphis Zoo, and over here you've got New Chicago, and then there's Gooch Park too. So that's you got that as a bonus.
Gooch?
Look,
Hold
Looks
on.
like a
Zoom
very-
in on that.
the
Zoom in
freaking-
on
Looks like a
Gooch
very
Park.
friendly community, great place to raise a family.
Dude, Gooch Park. Is that they named a park Gooch Park?
that basketball court is pristine. By the way.
Holy
Just
shit! It's
keep
named
that word.
Gooch Park. All right.
All right, carry on,
Okay.
brother.
All right,
Carry
so here
on.
we go. You guys have allies that are located, let me see, in the two-door mansion apartments just south of Overton Park. They are about a 10-minute drive to about 1 hour walk away from you, but you do have radio comms with them. They're similar to you guys. They live in this big old...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your cat's on number 1 on the top left, or something.
Or that's his push to talk. Is 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
That's why it's spamming.
Sorry, continue.
Okay, so anyways, you guys have allies that live in this area. They're friends of yours. You trained with them. They've trained with you. And you guys have kind of worked together. Fortunately, everybody in your group is pretty switched on because it's necessary to live in a place like this. Most of your guys are in pretty good shape. And let's see. We got 4 players, so each of you has 2 buddies, we'll say, that also live in this area. And yeah, so you're preparing for the weekend. And walk me through your neighborhood defense plan and other things that you guys would set up here.
All right. First thought I have is there's a main route here, Chelsea Ave, I believe. Might be a good idea to have maybe a small 2-man team on like the west and east side of this road. And we're expecting a mob, essentially, a large protest.
Something like that, mob. You kind of have the nicer neighborhood when you compare it to, the fucking desolate.
Right.
Where
On the
exactly?
top right. Sorry, go ahead.
Where
Jude.
where is the boundaries of our neighborhood? Is it include these 2 double streets that are north to south, or is it just this centrically laid out area?
It's just this kind of area right here.
Boom, got it.
Okay, so on the top right is the sort of corner of this area. It looks like the main entrance. We should definitely set up a checkpoint there. And there's a surrounding wood line. It looks tree line, sort of. So, what do you guys think?
I'm gonna take a guy and put him in that little cluster of trees in the open field, and camo them and hide them, and just put 2 guys out there. Well, I guess the 3 of us can hang out there and keep each other occupied and keep watch on that field. So we'll watch that area.
Okay, that's a good thought.
We'll watch
I like
the
that.
river, the roads, and if anybody crosses, there's a problem.
Yeah, the other consideration is that we expect threats to move on foot. So, like, we could have this roadblock on the top right. Also, people could just walk through this tree line and on the, like, say, top left corner, start causing trouble on those northwest houses.
So
we should probably have-
blocking down the MSR is not going to prevent people from being able to flow in, but it's going to reduce the flow, right? So they can't drive vehicles in and out.
Yeah.
And also they can't march in, 8 people wide, stacked in, 8, 16, 24, so on and so forth, just like flowing into the neighborhood. Yes, they can onesies and tunesies, but yeah, carry on.
No, I'm still for the blocking the MSR on the top right. I just think that we need to have additional precautions because people could certainly just flood in here on foot if they wanted.
I would like to guard. I would like to guard the top right of the map with my 3-man team. I would like to be up there.
Okay.
You said
one parameter that I'm going to give you guys. Keep in mind you have 12 people, but they need to be like rest cycles and stuff until like the mob is actually kicking in your, your door or whatever happens.
I think that's good. I think having the, sorry not to cut you off. I totally understand rest cycles. I think the one post up there at the choke point where we come in from Chelsea Ave, and then one post in the trees is not terrible. And then that's half of us, so we can rotate on 4-hour or 6-hour rotations. So yeah, I think that makes sense. 4 hours during the day and probably 6 hours at night.
Okay, and then are you saying we just have the other guys on standby?
Yep, the other guys would be in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And initially we would be like, almost like LPOPs, right? If stuff starts popping off, we can call over the neighborhood. And then even if we get overran and have to fall back, like, we will fall back into the neighborhood to meet those guys coming out of the house kitted up, ready to go.
Yeah, check this out. This Evergreen Street, the way into this little subdivision thing from Chelsea Ave. What do you guys think about just straight blocking that off with trash? Like I'm saying, like
debris.
Completely block it.
Yeah, it's three roads. It's 3 roads.
Burning tires.
If we can get all of everybody on board to do that, and then probably like in the game it sounds good. Yeah, block them all off. Good. In real life, you'd probably block the 2 most northern ones off, like for real, and then set up a delay, but the ability to be moved for entrance and exits by vehicle into the town if we want it on that southern one, which would be the most far away and least likely to be identified by the enemy as well.
The most southern entrance, which is also on Evergreen Street. Correct.
Right. So that one I would use spike strips or park it with cars that we can drive out of the way or whatever the case is, right? Something that we can open and close, so to speak, right there. Just like in case we need fire trucks to get in here, or we need an ambulance to get in here, or we need everybody to evacuate or whatever, right? We don't want to have all of the vehicle entrance and exits like permanently shut down.
Right. Okay.
But those two up north, I think we can pretty set in stone lock those up for sure.
Like that idea.
Good Lord, is this an actual like modern picture of what this area?
Yeah, this is Google. This is Google Maps right now, brother.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ, dude! Holy shit!
This is a nice neighborhood too, by the way.
Wow.
Stuff like comparatively, like it's not. Well, I wouldn't call it nice, but it's not as bad as other places.
I can't wait till I got 20 acres in northern Michigan. All y'all are invited. Fuck all that third world bullshit, dude. This is insane.
Hey, what do we have for the distances that we're going to be able to cover here and see when we're like talking about down one of these road corridors or something like that? Are these couple like 200 yards or something, or less?
Those main MSRs are pretty long, but inside the neighborhood it's going to be like 100,
within the neighborhood. Okay, all right. So if we put somebody at the corner, worst case scenario here, somebody in a pile of trash on the corner of Chelsea and Evergreen, how far of an area could they deny with DMRs, basically, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, probably at least the width and the length of our subdivision, and then like some buffer zone, I would imagine.
Okay.
I mean, 600 yards is easy all day with 5.56. If your gun is halfway set up and you're a halfway decent shooter for that, you can engage a man-sized target out to 600 pretty reliably, even with just like a 14.5 and an ACOG. can do that pretty decent.
Nice.
So, yeah, I think that should cover most of the perimeter, the
Yeah, no, we
northern
can-
and eastern perimeter.
I agree. I think we're good. Additional considerations? Anything else?
I'll throw in that you guys have vehicles, and there are allies in North Haven, which is a town around about here. That if you really need to flee to, you can.
I have a question.
Where's the
also have-
Civil War reenacting society? For the real backup.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, those people we know in the South, what kind of numbers are they? Like how many dudes?
The Moyens? Is that what we're talking about?
Say what?
What are you asking? Oh, go for it.
You mentioned there were some people we know in the South, like south of where we are.
The Tudor apartments.
How many? Yeah, the Tudor apartment people. How many of them are there approximately?
They're about a similar size, so about 10,
Like-
roughly 10 to 15.
10, so yeah, okay. All right, just wondering. All right.
But yeah, you guys have radio comms with them. You have a pace plan and everything worked out with them in case the worst should happen. Just in case.
All right, there's something else I want to do real quick. Somewhere in the north of the neighborhood is what I want to do. I want to stage like a tool chest or something. Get in that tool chest. There's going to be a couple of Mossberg Maverick 88s and 1022s and the associated magazines and ammo.
Based.
Yeah.
Press 1022s. You can get a muffler off an oil filter off of one of these vehicles for sure.
You know what?
Nice.
Oil filter suppressors on the 1022s.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
All right.
At least 3 of them. For my 3, we got 3-man teams, right? Each one of us is in charge of a 3-man team.
Correct.
Is that right?
So
Including
it's
ourselves,
you and
yes.
2 other guys.
All right. Oh, all right. That's all I had.
Okay.
I think we're
Anybody
good.
else?
Looks like that's all. We're ready.
Sounds good. All right, let's see. As you go to sleep on Thursday night, there is the usual gunshots and sirens, but again, that is the normal patterns of life for this area. And it carries on. You may toss and turn if you're not used to it, but, whatever. You sleep with your plugs in if you need to. You wake up the next morning, things are fairly normal for Memphis. You go to work, and you come back, and you expect most of the trouble to actually start occurring on Friday, like Thursday night, Friday, is when you start to notice just an uptick of buses and just people kind of snooping around. You can tell the city's kind of it's waking up, right? It's in a stir. And you notice, let's see, as you come back from work, and this could be anybody, you notice there is a bus parked right here. And there's a bunch of white people that get out of it, and they got purple hair and all that stuff going on.
Gotcha. I forgot to ask earlier, but what would we reasonably have for non-lethal measures?
Tell you what, I'll give you your basic hardware store products. So you got cattle prods and pepper spray, and you can have a stick with a good old beaten stick.
Bear Mace is pretty
Check this
clutch.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Really, really bright flashlights too. That's cool. Because you can use
The
that where-
1022.
GWOT's upset about that.
The 1022 is less lethal.
What's that?
Yeah, it's
All
pretty much. The
Oh, I was
1022 is
joking.
less lethal. Anyway, go ahead. Fire
I was joking for
extinguisher.
the flashlight video. But anyway, Okay, cool. All right, so the bus got out. Bunch of
the
blue-haired.
you basically know what it is. This is the Antifa, like protester crowd that's being bussed in. They're right here at this intersection, and they all get out of their bus and they scurry about. Presumably, there are others in the city as well, but you see them pull in here. This one in particular. You also notice there are pallets of bricks. Kind of, you see this just kind of throughout the day. You hear people talking about it, via the rumor mill and everything. And there are buses and trucks delivering like pallets of bricks and stuff like that to, just random areas, because that's what typically sometimes occurs.
Yeah.
That's really
Okay. What are we thinking, gents? Do we want to get just hold, maybe get some eyes on? I don't know.
Yeah, I would just stay put. Obviously, tell that corner team, right, to adjust their orientation to keep an eye to the east down Chelsea Ave, as that's a possible avenue of approach. Since we saw that bus drop off. I mean, other than that, yeah, nothing other than what we already expected to be happening is happening.
Yeah.
I would like to bolster up my stash of goodies with fire extinguishers and sledgehammers.
Sledgehammers,
We do
Phil.
that. Sledgehammers.
Yeah, all right.
What's the thought? Wait, you're gonna do what?
We're sledgehammering people? Sledgehammers. For what, Phil? Who's getting hit with a sledgehammer?
It's less lethal.
It's less lethal.
If
Still lethal,
if
just less.
You'll think.
That's pretty funny. Okay.
Also, check it out. Birdshot and 22s are basically less lethal. That's what I'm going with.
Birdshot.
Israeli Defense Force considers the 1022 less than lethal.
Yeah.
Literally, no bullshit. Like number 7 and number 8 shot out of a 12 gauge is like pretty for sure less lethal. It's pretty hard to fucking kill somebody with that load. Even like point blank at their face, it'll probably cause enough flesh damage that you might lose them, but it's not going to like crack their skull and damage their brain. So,
okay.
With you in the hands of a reasonable, responsible, experienced shooter, very, very light birdshot could be used in semi less than lethal. It's still not great. It's not going to sound good in the courtroom. When you're like, I was shooting down with birdshot. It's less than lethal. They're not going to like that. But the reality is you are probably going to pepper somebody and not kill them.
Right. Okay.
Did I mention fire extinguishers? I wanted to stash fire extinguishers. Yep.
Well, I would say let's have.
I think bear mace. If it in reality, what would be best is just everybody having 2 or 3 canisters of bear mace, the big canisters that you like clamp down on and they fucking spray them. I mean, it's gonna take a very determined group of individuals to walk through a fucking fogged out pathway of bear mace. They're gonna have to really want what's on the other side of that.
Yeah, so let's have that bear mace up on the top right. Sorry, go ahead.
We all have gas masks, right?
You have gas mask. You can have like a makeshift gas mask that you can. You can make one up with like
the milk carton version.
As long as the wind.
The milk carton version with a sponge, with a wet sponge.
As long as the wind isn't blowing back at us, it's okay. It's still like it'll get a little bit spicy if we're all dumping, but we're spraying a jet at them, on them, not at us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. Anyways, it sounds like okay, we got that figured out. We're just gonna hold position and stay where we're at.
My little guys, they look east.
Good job, fellas.
Yep, we're looking east.
Yes.
I'm gonna Google what happens when you shoot a can of bear mace with birdshot.
Oh my goodness!
It explodes for sure.
Okay, listen.
Giant mist of bear.
I mean, the real move is to tie M80s to the cans of bear mace and light the
I'm gonna
M80s.
use DuckDuckGo to conceal my tracks for that also.
An epic redneck
Bear
can
mace
talk, I like it.
improvised explosive device.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
As the day continues,
Bower Phil, you cut out. No.
testing. Can you
Yep,
hear me?
got you now.
Yes, you hear me now.
Okay. So as the day continues, you guys have comm checks with your Tudor Mansion buddies. They're all getting pretty nervous, but it's, you know, it's kind of as to be expected. The police seem a little more nervous and jittery than usual for this kind of thing. And there is, let's say there's no National Guard presence for now. Anyways, just setting the stage. So, Thursday came and went, you went to work. Friday, kind of the same thing. It is now Friday evening, and the party is starting to heat up. Sirens and stuff like that increase. You can see the news helicopter and the police helicopter kind of flying overhead occasionally, as it does in these areas with its spotlight looking for whatever it can see.
I want to do the 6 guys that are on rest. I want to do periodic, unplanned, 2-man patrols just like around the community. So of those 6 gentlemen that are on rest, just literally at their discretion whenever they feel like it, whenever they're not trying to take a nap or whatever. 2 of them always go somewhere with a buddy. Just grab their rifle and some basic kit and just go on a walk around the neighborhood. Yep, just a walk around the neighborhood so that we periodically have people walking around making sure that nothing, you know how it goes.
Yep. Okay, and just to clarify your previous LPOPs and stuff, one is set roughly in this area. You got guys in this tree over here, and the where was the third one?
There was just 2. There was 4 teams. 2 of them are manned, so we can do 50% security basically at all times for rest cycle.
We had a vehicle roadblock on that one where your mouse is.
Yeah, we had.
Basically?
Yeah, we had those 2 northern roads pretty locked down, and then the ability to lock down or unlock down that southern one.
I like how the trash is already in place.
Yeah,
all you gotta
beautiful.
Do is, like,
I know, it's just perfect.
Up north, coming off of the main drag on Chelsea Ave, it looks like there's a wall. There's a big ass concrete wall on Chelsea Ave. I imagined the roadblock being actually right off Chelsea Ave.
Oh, there is a wall.
Yeah,
That's
that wall's
right.
pretty big. I think it's like an 8-foot wall.
You're right.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I imagined in my mind. But wherever y'all.
Sure. Davis Volt,
Yep,
your
that's what we
team in the
blocked off.
woods, is
That's
that a
what I
2-man team?
I had 3 guys out there for
Great.
sleep cycles, but
Gotcha.
yeah,
Just
if the
clarify.
guys think we should spread out differently or patrol, I can send them out, or I can just have them man the radios to contact and stay in contact with the Tudor apartment guys.
Yeah.
No, I think we're good with those 2 on the
Mhm.
the northeast corner and then the southwest corner, and then now that things are getting a bit more spicy, like I said, just of the 6 dudes on rest, whoever isn't sleeping, whenever you feel like it, go on a little walk around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Just keep eyes on
I'll have
things.
them check the wooded perimeter and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So, sorry, I understand there's... Are you guys sealing this off, or do you want the ability to keep it open?
They want to seal it off. I think
I
that's tactically a bad decision
I would
because
seal
you
it
want
off.
to be able to get in and out as well.
Yeah, I like
We
putting the
do
roadblock
something
on the
with that.
left. Like right. No, not there, not there. Like, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard, GWOT, you were saying the very bottom exit, we want, like, tire strips there that we can easily rip up and move if an ambulance needs to come through.
Sure.
But then we can block off the north one that's at a 45, Marble Ave on the top right.
Yeah, at
Like a
Marble
little bit
Ave.
more to the left.
Where his mouse is at now.
Actually,
It doesn't
that's fine.
matter.
We're at mouse out. That's good.
It doesn't matter whether it's on the east side or the west side of that little. I mean, that's fucking 20 yards. It's irrelevant, right? Right
you're
there,
right.
the roadblock, and then
Yes.
the south of there. There's 3 of these, right? It's that one blocked, the one in the middle blocked, and then the one all the way to the very south with the rebel in the road. That one with obstacles in the way, but that we have the ability to move, whether that's cars or spike strips or whatever we got going on.
Yes.
Do we want to limit the mobility of that bus?
What does that mean? You want to go
Somebody want to shoot out
grab some
at night or
baseball
something?
bats and I don't know.
I was thinking take one of
I don't think
Phil's
that's
suppressed 1022s at night and shoot out the tires.
I
don't know if it's a good idea.
In real life, that's a lot of risk for a little bit of gain.
Yeah, it is. All right.
Yo,
All right, we'll leave it.
quick.
And that way they
Vote
can
on
get away if they need to.
All right. Vote on whether or not we completely
whether we
Chelsea Ave to the
completely
north.
Phil's putting
We
his
just block
foot
it
down
off
on
instead
wanting
of
to
doing-
block down the north. Well, okay, hold on. What does an exit out to the south look like then? I guess we can get out to the south.
Repeat. I'll say repeat your question. Anyway, check it out. This is the purpose of the sledgehammers. You break the wall down. Boom. It's not going to be really great to do in a hurry, but you could. Also, we don't have to block the wall off. Really, we don't have to block the road off completely. Really, I guess.
So what's the purpose of destroying a hole in the wall? You want to like set up a,
So we can get
I don't
out.
know. Well,
No, I mean like it's a way to bust out from the inside.
So
Yeah,
what
that
you guys
wall isn't
can
bad.
do, I'm going to suggest, because I just saw this, you have this little dirt road right here. I mean, it's got rubble and stuff on it, but you could, because the wall ends, like right here, right? I mean, you could squirt that way and get onto Chelsea Avenue that way if you wanted to.
I have
We can block that
I
off.
reversed my opinion.
Oh, okay. Now Phil doesn't want to anymore. Whatever, Phil.
I've reversed my opinion. All that gay shit sounds way too complicated, and we don't have to block it off completely.
All right.
Okay, so you guys pretty much seal off like the right there at like
Yeah.
Marble Avenue, and then the middle one as well. Let's say you do it like right here, so nobody pulls in there. And this one is kept more or less open for the people that live in these areas. They're not necessarily your enemies. They're friendly-ish. You know, they're not going to shoot you on sight, but you know, they're kind of like a buffer, I guess you could say.
Nice. Let their homes get burned down while we do something.
all right.
Alright,
Hold
so
position.
here we go. Yep. Let's see what happens. Hold on. I dice out. Okay, there we go.
Oh,
So, let me think. For the first few hours, because you guys can listen into emergency, like non-tactical channels with police scanners and stuff like that, and the guys at the two-door mansion, your friends, they also have them, and they're relaying back to you that there is a large fire that has broken out in somewhere. It's close to the airport, which is near. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be this area. So it's roughly in this kind of area where a fire has broken out, and it seems to be spreading. Nothing crazy, but it's you know, people are panicky, and the fire department and EMS is getting stretched to go deal with that at this time.
Yeah, I would tell the local population that while things are safe, that it seems the enemy is utilizing fire as a tactic, and if they have the ability to set up preventative measures at their house, just like if you have a sprinkler, go put your sprinkler on in the backyard, the front yard, hose the roof of your house down, etc., type shit. We already got fire extinguishers at the posts.
As the evening progresses, a police officer pulls up into here and asks your patrol with their, are they patrolling with weapons out?
I would say at this point, probably, at least, yeah.
Police officer pulls up and kind of starts to hassle them, and ask them, hey, what are you doing?
Exercising my rights as a citizen. What are you doing? How's it going?
I'm doing my job, man. I'm trying to keep you safe, just for your own good, sir. I'm gonna need you to, stay inside or whatever.
We are staying inside this subdivision. We're not trying to go out shopping or anything like that. We're just hanging tight. I am home. We are home. We're staying home.
All right. Well, just don't cause any trouble.
That's
and
the plan.
He drives off.
Oh, nailed it.
Alrighty.
Thank you, officer.
Stay safe.
So he takes off and he travels down Chelsea and just whatever, continues his route. As you guys patrol, you notice some joggers, just an increase in joggers traveling kind of up and down this road as people are sort of worked up. The crowd sort of starts to thicken and you start to see more and more people. The guys that are posted up here don't really see anything. There's the odd traffic or people or whatever walking down this road, but for whatever reason, the protesters or whatever, they don't really seem interested in, this junkyard or whatever the hell's going on there. Your observation post here, notice the people in the buses pretty much shoot south and go into the residential areas.
So they're like mostly pouring into the residential areas south of us, more or less.
Yeah, you didn't see exactly where they went, but
Sure.
they're dispersed into the population now, and occasionally you see a police car or an ambulance, speed past the highway or past you guys on Evergreen Street or Chelsea or North Watkins. They're kind of just all over the place. The whole city is now in a, it's in full swing.
All right. Yeah, I would say that kind of puts us on DEFCON 3 or something, because they're pretty close. So at this point, the guys who are doing the rest cycle, I would have basically all 6 of them for the next 2 hours just staged southeast.
Yeah, I would
the open roadblock.
I would bring one team up to the where you're already going, the southern of the 3 roads, right? So we have a team at the northern of the 3 and a team at the southern of the 3. So I think it's fine to leave that middle lane just physically obscured without any actual guns there. And then that last 4th team, they still basically stay in the neighborhood, but as Honey Badger said, I think that's correct, Qual, go ahead and put your kit on. They are transitioning to like QRF or unit in reserve more so than on rest cycle.
Sounds good.
Kit it up with a truck ready to go.
Yes. And fire extinguishers and firefighting equipment as well.
Lots of fire extinguishers and bear mace in the bed of the truck too.
Okay. Right about this time, you guys hear a rip of gunshots come from roughly south of your location, and you hear your friends in the 2-door apartment call out that it sounded like it came from the north. You know that Overton Park is kind of a rough area where,
Uh-oh.
You cut out again, brother.
There we go.
Oh,
can
and
you
you're
guys
back.
hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, what was the last thing you heard?
Overton Park is kind of a rough area.
Okay, yeah, Overton Park is kind of a rough area, a lot of scurrilous activity, and people, hang out here, especially during this time. And your buddies down south in the 2-door mansion are saying it sounds like it came from this direction. Anyways, the gunfire.
Okay.
And let me think for a second. As things progress, your friends start to call out that there are protesters, there are mobs of protesters now moving from the St. Jude hospital. They're leaving the hospital alone, but they are swinging east and progressing in this direction of my mouse. and that they are essentially getting on foot to try and see if they can slow it down or go deal with it. And they're just letting you guys know. There's brevity codes and stuff like that for this. They're not going to call it out on open air because you guys are trained together. They know not to do that. But they're going on foot to try to keep it from going into their, into these residential areas.
Okie doke.
All right. We have radio contact with those friendlies?
Yes, you do.
That mansion group? Okay. Apartment
Your
7.
QRF group or rest cycle guys have a radio antenna that connects to these people. It's a directional antenna. It's oriented on theirs. Theirs is oriented on you, so you've got pretty clear comms.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of cautioned against sending anyone over there, just generally, because I don't want to have a run-in with the paladins while we're moving around with our kit or stuff, and I don't want... I don't want to risk us where we're at now, because there are threats to the north and south, so I say we still hold.
Yep, they haven't even requested, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going to be smart about it. They're going to be low vis, at least at first. I mean, they're concealed carrying and stuff, because they just want to get a feel for this thing as it swings towards the east. The mob grows more and more violent. People are jumping on cars, flipping them over, and generally just breaking windows. Occasionally there is the Molotov that gets lit and thrown. Sometimes a guy lights himself on fire. It happens. And give me a second. I'm going to think a little bit more.
Just another day in Memphis.
Yeah, kind of. As this is occurring, again, there's just increases of protester activity, so-called protester activity. You notice the crowds start to thicken as far as people moving sort of up and down the street with signs saying, no kings in the USA, whatever, flavor or variation of that.
So they're moving up and down the street. Are they going all the way to Chelsea Ave, or are they just marching up and down North Evergreen?
It's not so much protesters at this point. It's people that are just being active. Like they're not being violent. You might see one of them carry a sign like under their arm or whatever as they go looking to join a crowd that's like further south in this area. But they're not doing anything like openly hostile at this time.
Fatherless activities. Yeah.
Are they blue-haired white people or are they young scholars?
These are your young scholars and future doctors, predominantly like actual Memphis population.
All right. I look. My whoever's the guys at the little roadblocks, I want them to look more menacing and frown.
That's
frown
fair.
harder.
As they walk down Evergreen Street, they kind of cross over. You notice people start crossing over to the other side of the street, and they kind of walk a little bit faster as you glare at them.
Yeah.
And it is about this time that you hear your buddies down in the two-door mansion. They call out that one of their guys has been injured and needs to be moved. It's unclear what else is going down there, what else is going on down there, as they try to, move their buddy back to the
Daisy, fucking stop!
Are they requesting that we casualty evac someone back to their pad?
They still think they have it under control at this time, so they don't want help.
I'm gonna feed you soon. I didn't forget.
I will stay.
Yeah, we got started a little bit later, so it's 10 o'clock. Anyways, we'll continue.
No, you're fine. My dog is just being a fucking brat. She thinks she's
Oh.
been forgotten about, but she has not. Yeah, I would. They can come to us. If they can come to us, that's great. We can even send somebody, you know, not halfway, but somebody out a little bit to link up with them and bring them in.
Yeah, that sounds good. They appreciate that option, and yeah, they say thank you. But they're you know, they'll keep it open, and they seem to have things under control for right now.
Wonderful.
But you know, given the sounds over the radio and generally what's going on in the city, it sounds like it's definitely heating up more.
Yes, hold just like what's going on in my head is the decision of when do I want to try and say it's so crazy that I'm gonna try and take over North Evergreen Street and try and lock it down, right? Because if I can make a choke point 200 yards to the south or whatever of my neighborhood and do the fight where they throw Molotovs at everybody's house and shit down there, yeah, right, you know, right about where your mouse is now or whatever, that's a whole lot better than right on the skirts of my neighborhood. But then also I can't just for 48 hours control this public highway, so I have to we have to play that tight.
I think we should play it like a contingency, you know. If we spot a dangerous mob within 400 yards, we're going to move up and set that up there. Otherwise, we're going to hold.
Yeah, I think legally the only way we even have a foot to stand on is if we do it defensively, right? So if the street tries to push us, not only will we clear out the posts, but we'll attempt to clear out North Evergreen and then establish a new hold point on that road.
Sorry, that sounded confusing. I meant to, yes, like hold that part in the street where the mouse is, if they're close and they're coming or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So about at this time, you notice a group of protesters chanting as they round this corner around Valentine Elementary School, and some of them break off and continue down the road, and some of them start pushing north down Evergreen. There are protesters with signs, but mixed in with them is obviously there's people with the aforementioned bricks and the occasional Molotovs as they...
So they're actively destroying property?
Yes.
All right, I would send warning shots over their head.
Base.
Cool.
Wow.
You crack off a few rounds, and they scatter into the areas.
Wait, do we know what's behind them? Like, you know, Valentine Ave?
Nerd.
Where the rounds are going to impact?
Above their heads.
Right, I know, but it's... I don't know. Maybe I'm.
It should reach. It should go above their heads, right? And then because you're shooting from chest high to 8 feet in the air, the bullet's going to continue to fly up until it loses all of its.
Oh, that's right.
Speed, and then it's going to fall down, right? So it's going to lose its terminal velocity at fucking 100 yards in the sky, and then just fall out as if somebody dropped a penny off a skyscraper.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Yes, there is some liability, but we're shooting down a road, you know, just continuing down a road. So by the time, you know, it should be 100 yards in the sky before the road turns enough that it's no longer down the road, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's fine.
Gotcha. Okay, let's do that.
That's what I would do.
I agree. I think it's worth a liability. And they start to disperse, and they scatter. And for about 20 minutes or so, there's kind of this peace that happens, and it doesn't seem as bad as they sort of start to orient and kind of get their bearings again. At this time, you receive a radio call from your friends down at the two-door mansion. Their friend is not in good condition, and they want to move up to North Haven, and they are, at this time, they're asking for your help to help move this guy. Your plan is to, let's see, damn it, I I had it here somewhere. Anyways, it is about a 1-hour walk on foot between where you guys are, or a 10-minute drive. And they're asking for you guys to please help. Can you meet us halfway? We're in over our heads here, and we need to leave. We need to get out.
Yep. Send the reserve team with the truck to go pick them up. Tell them to prioritize their self-preservation over mission accomplishment. So if it looks like they're not going to be able to get there, then save themselves. But if they can skedaddle down there and pick them up and roll out without having to drive through any protest lines or anything like that, I think that's a doable operation.
Do we want to consider truck or van? Van enclosed, or truck, just lay them in the back of the bed and pull them out of there?
I, in this environment, would opt for a truck with 4-wheel drive, so it has the ability to hop curbs and drive through yards and shit like that.
All right, I'll take my guys. We're going down. I got one in the back, keeping his head down, but providing cover if necessary. Mostly observation, 360 observation, and then 2 guys in the truck, passenger and driver.
Do we want to take the other 2 teams of 3? It's like 6. So I could have my units in there.
I would just send 1 team of 3. Both because they you don't want to send too many people. They have to pick a bunch of people up. You can't send a full truck to pick people up. Also, we only have so many people.
Yes, I agree.
How many are we picking up, to be precise?
You are meeting, and they also... Damn it, that thing keeps... That's whatever. I'll fix it later. Okay, so they are also in vehicles, and they are headed up East Parkway. They go down Poplar Avenue and then up north to East Parkway. They suggest not taking the direct route because there are protesters and all kinds of stuff going on in between here and there, so that you guys would meet at this corner on like Jackson Avenue or something, and then come up, what is this, Springdale, up north there, hit Chelsea, and then bump over to where you guys are. This way you just avoid the general populace. This is what they're suggesting.
Yep.
But you can tell the guys this is kind of panicky and shaky.
Sounds good. I have no reason to think otherwise.
All right.
Yep, let's avoid crowds, and if we see a crowd, just pull off onto a separate road, but continue to the objective point.
Copy that. Okay, so your neighborhood defense kind of holds as it does, and the 3 guys in the truck head down Chelsea Avenue, and let's see, they see the protesters in the bus are essentially trying to put up a roadblock and block this section of Chelsea Avenue when they see that you are a bunch of white guys.
Run them down! Run them down!
Are they pushable? Like if I put it in 4-wheel low, can I push through?
At this stage, I would say so. I mean, these guys
push through. We'll consider an alternate route to get back.
All right. You punch through and you gun it, and dunk, 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 they freaking, I mean, it's like a bowling ball. They bounce off your truck, some of them do, and they get through. You hear gunshots fired in anger as you fly down Chelsea Avenue and hook onto University Street.
Tell them call us in before you get there. If there's no other route, call us in, and we can send a fire team to push up, and then engage warning shots again over their head and hope that will disperse the crowd. If not, they can actually engage the crowd and get you a hole in there. Especially now that they've shot at you, it's all bets are off.
So the guy in the back of the truck is going to return fire if fired upon. The guy in the passenger seat of the truck is going to radio and let the rest of the gang know what's going on.
Okay. You have
the driver's going to carry on.
Okay, roger that. You have comms with your home station, and they'll then relay the plan, or attempt to, with the other guys. Let's see if they do so successfully, or if the chaos hits. You guys are rolling really well tonight, so that's nice. So they relay the plan, and you guys swing on down and meet at the corner of Jackson Avenue When you get to this location right here where my mouse is, the guys from the two-door mansion, your allies, you realize they are in worse condition than they initially said. They have 3 injured guys and 9 people otherwise with them. They have 3 trucks total. With the injured are kind of just loaded into there. You have one guy is like he's got burns like up and down his arms. Another guy has a gunshot wound to the leg that's been tourniqueted, and another guy has been beaten real badly. But,
all right, everybody's stable to move. Load them up quickly and return to the neighborhood. Apply first aid as needed with the guy who was in the back providing Overwatch previously. He's going to provide first aid and just attend to those guys also.
Okay, room. You take off. And which route do you want to take back?
I'm taking that one, what is that, Spruce or something like that? No, it's to the right of where you are. That one, right, right there. Yeah, take that up to the north to the main supply route and then head west from there when we get to the north.
Okay, you head north, and you...
I'm going to radio in, let the guys know that I am on my way back. Please provide some cover, or maybe we'll consider a different route going back.
Yeah, I could have my unit get in a Vic and drive east to meet them.
I wouldn't do that. I would have push up on foot along this brick wall so you can zoom into our neighborhood from where our northern unit is. That brick wall, yep, it extends all the way there. Keep going so they can walk obscured from the road all the way until it breaks open, and then that's a close enough distance that they should be able to engage that roadblock in the road, have a pretty clear line of sight, and be obscured on their way back.
Copy that. You guys
So,
can shoot
there a
off the wall
roadblock?
through this fence with this. You got all kinds of cover here to engage from if you want.
Oh,
Okay.
hell yeah.
Was there a roadblock west? I mean, it's fine. Let's do this plan. But were we informed that there's
we knew there was protest to the south of us, right? We already did warning shots to the south to get them to scatter. So I can only imagine that it's going to be hairy in those southern neighborhoods.
Right.
So if there's just this singular known threat roadblock here of just people, and realistically we can, if all 3 of us mag dump over their heads and they get 90 rounds cracking over their heads in 3 seconds, it's going to take some pretty battle hardened motherfuckers to not immediately sprint towards cover. And when they sprint towards cover and drive that Vic 60 miles an hour through, it's going to take a pretty battle-hard motherfucker to jump in front of a car that's going 60 miles an hour.
The ones who stand still are well-disciplined Antifa.
Oh my goodness. That's a crazy movie.
Sounds like a plan, and you guys can jump on the back of the truck as I go by if you want.
That's a well-disciplined VC.
So here's what happens. Your vehicle takes the lead because you are headed back into friendly lines. But you guys end up hanging out here for a little bit while this group gets in position kind of on foot. As you come across this area, you notice that they have reinforced the roadblock with burning tires and cars, and also like AK-47s have come out at this point.
All right, we're looking for an alternative route.
You can go to the east of that complex, right? So what's this road here? University Street, where Chelsea Avenue and University Street, which is just going to be to the east of that roadblock. You can take that, and then when you get just south of that building and all that, you can cut into that open lot, drive across the open lot into the backside of that building, right, basically to us, pretty much. And we can provide cover fire for you if necessary during that transition.
I like that.
I think you should provide cover fire.
We should shoot at him as an ever.
Yeah, we can go all the way down there, or we can even cut it up north, right where there's not a road, right there where your mouse is right now. That looks like that all could be driven across if necessary.
I think if you are providing cover fire, that'll be enough of a distraction for me to slip through unseen.
Yeah. You got a convoy behind you of 3 more trucks. It's 4 trucks total, right?
Yep. And that's going to just be
What's
on,
wrong, guys?
on lead truck, what he sees, right? Where you guys driving, you'll see whatever you see, whether you're going to take that more northern route, not on road, or if it's just, if you turn the corner and it's all clear to the south, then yeah, go down there to Hunter Ave.
Yep. Let's do it.
Okay. As you move down here, you see
Our guys
there
move
are-
when the cover fire starts.
Okay. At this point, are you guys engaging targets with weapons, or are you still shooting overhead?
Well-
Yeah, so I would open up overhead, and with my assumption is that it's going to cause a bunch of panic and dispersion. If it doesn't cause that, and all of a sudden we start getting accurate return fire, we'll just immediately transition
Engage.
to a gunfight.
Mm-hmm.
Copy that. Alrighty. So you guys open up as the convoy vehicles starts to slip past this area. Gunfire erupts from the AK-47s as you guys shoot. It doesn't seem to be very accurate or trained, but it is oriented on your general direction. But again, like we said, you guys have cover of these freaking, I guess like gas containers or whatever. Well, you wouldn't hide
These
behind
explosive
that. I mean,
containers are your cover.
I mean, you got more sense than that, but you get the idea. There's other stuff there that you can stand behind in the shipping industry. I mean, I'm sure it's not all gas
Sure.
containers.
Yeah, if as soon as we're taking return fire, yeah.
Yep.
My
If
team's
we
gonna
can,
engage
if we can ID those AK-47 operators and engage them, which is kind of a
Yep.
coin flip. It's going to be hard. There's going to be people running all over the place. But yeah, if you feel like you've got a line of sight on somebody with a gun that's shooting at you, shoot that motherfucker in the face.
Yep.
All right, you guys engage, and they engage. They return fire largely ineffectively. It's pretty chaotic. You see people running across the road with AKs. You take fire. You see one of them stumble, but he sort of keeps running as he sort of bounces and continues to move. Another one dumps just right in the street, just dead. And another guy makes it across as they start to maneuver. Let me think.
Where's our trucks at?
Okay, yeah, like if they think they're gonna maneuver on us, that could. If the truck is across the street, we can break contact. But
They're
if
less
it's not here
concerned-
yet,
They're less concerned with the trucks at this point. Do you guys have something worked out as your trucks move closer, as far as your passage of lines? Because I assume that your trucks are going to have their, well, you're going to see 4 trucks. You know more or less they're coming from this area.
The lead
Sure.
Vic is ours.
Yeah, yes it is.
I mean, my thought is, sorry, go ahead, Bower Phil.
Okay, it is nighttime at this point, so again, it is yours, but things are pretty chaotic at this point. There are bodies with and without weapons that are kind of strewn all over the place right now. What would you normally do for passage of lines for something like this? Not necessarily what you did in your plan, but how would you, like, in hindsight, how would you handle this situation? Because keep in mind, like, their headlights are on too.
Yeah, 3-2-1 flash is the NATO generic. So, like, the big one is we would do it with IR all the time because you had those IR flood on your NVGs. So you flash 3 times, they flash twice, you flash once. So you can do the same thing with white light, right? Or high beams, they pull up in the truck, they flash their headlights 3 times, you pull out your white light or use your weapon mounted light, you flash twice, they high beam once, and they follow you in.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good.
Sounds real good. Alright, so they move down. McLean, well, let's see. Yeah, let's say that they turn down McLean Boulevard and hit Edward, and then are up and into this area. As the trucks pull into your neighborhood, the
Wait,
mob...
Oh,
Go
sorry,
for it.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
As the trucks pull up into your neighborhood here, and given the gunfight that just happened, and the firing overhead, the crowd of protesters and angry people in this area is now emboldened and worked up, and they now have weapons of their own, and they start to push down this road. there are still people holding signs and screaming, but the majority, roughly like half of them, are now violent and destroying property. And this is a pretty large number of people pushing down this road. You see
lights,
like
car alarms, everything on that bridge. Nobody gets past that bridge. We're gonna hold the bridge.
Yep, I would tell one person to fire warning shots, and I would expect them to return fire at us when that happens. And when that happens, I would then shoot at them.
Everybody's home and out.
So I would not have everybody shoot warning shots. Right, I'd have one guy shoot warning shots with everybody else aiming at people, ready to do not warning shots.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yeah.
Of course, in our Dungeons and Dragons game. Alrighty, so as the warning shots crack off, predictably they open fire. It's largely unaimed and somewhat ineffective, but rounds are cracking overhead. Your team engages, as well as this group up here. There are a few people there that are now pretty angry. You still have your LPOP up here, and they observe guys kind of moving down this road. They seem to be trying to keep their weapons hidden, but they have arms. Moving down Chelsea Avenue in not as large a numbers that are trying to push up the bridge, but this is a sizable crowd of people. I mean, this is a large group.
Do we have support from the guys who followed us back here?
Yes, you do. They're helping you, but they're a little. Some of them are a little rattled.
Sure.
Let's see.
Yeah, we would bring those guys in, and we would bring them into the neighborhood. We would establish a casualty collection point. Anybody that's a non-combatant from what's inside the neighborhood that can help tend to them. If we got a nurse, that's awesome. If not, mom will be putting band-aids on you. And whoever is too mentally rattled, right? If there's anybody too shook up to be in the fight, we would leave them here as well to continue to help the casualties. And anybody that is physically and mentally fit to fight would come out back to the front lines.
You should recall those guys in that warehouse to the northeast, if we didn't already do that.
Yeah, as soon as the vehicles had passed the street, those guys are
yes.
on foot back to. Okay,
yeah,
cool, yeah.
I kind of assumed that. Yeah. All right, I didn't.
All right, dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these fools creeping up on the street, man, I don't know what the fuck I would do. I know that I'm not supposed to shoot them, but I know that if I don't shoot them, they're gonna shoot me. I'd probably just fucking smoke them.
Yeah.
I hate to put that on the internet, but in real life, I'd probably just smoke those fools, and then when the sun came up, be like, I don't know what the fuck happened, bro. I was asleep.
If you moved out to Chelsea Ave and started cracking shots off over their head, they're blocked. They can't move south because there's a wall. They'll almost certainly just run the fuck back the way they came.
Yeah, I think that would be the play. Keep with the warning shot, and then if my warning shot doesn't get you to turn around and run away right away, well, then the next one's not going to be so much of a warning.
Okay, so as you fire warning shots over their head, or this LP does, these guys, you notice they seem to be a little more battle hardened, and they instead shoot, they squirt up north and take cover in this whole mess over here. But between your vision and these buildings and stuff, you can still kind of see, let's say you guys have a drone up, and you see them kind of now moving along these buildings here in bounding Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on them, hang tight. If they start moving like actually towards us, right? If I want to allow them to walk to the west and then north, right? If you want to fuck off away from me, that's fine. But if you start coming at me, then I'm going to engage you. And I already did a warning shot, so the next one's for real.
Yeah. So you see them gesturing with hand signals and stuff, like pretty clearly, pointing in the upside down L shape in your general direction towards your neighborhood. It's pretty clear they're maneuvering on you and orienting on you at this point.
At some point, they're going to have to cross that open danger area, at which point we will shoot at them and hopefully hit them. And if they over maneuver all the way and then try to climb over the wall, then we'll get them while they're exposed coming over the wall.
That's wild. But yeah, if they start climbing over that wall. Anyways, no, they start to push. Let's see. As they start to push up, they still have their weapons down at this point, but they're clearly maneuvering, and they start to try to walk past this point, while a few others also shoot further down the wall. They seem to know the area that this place down here has.
Sure.
Or you think that they might know that.
Yeah. So somebody at the LPOP should be watching, right? Both people coming over the wall and then on the other end of the wall as well. This is close enough range, right? I would fucking shout. I don't know. It's real situation dependent. I like the idea of yelling, right? Like if they're coming, like don't fucking cross the road, and then it's gonna take longer for them to cross the road than you to do that. And if they keep coming, just fucking smoke them. Maybe that's stupid. Maybe in the moment it's like so clear what's going on that whenever they just they step out into the open and they've got a rifle in their hand and they're headed my direction, that's when they fucking get it. But yeah.
So, I'll make this easier. The other guys in your neighborhood, they go ahead and start to open up on them as they maneuver through this area, and as well as the guys that have already been injured from, or not the injured guys, but your other allies, because they're kind of bloodthirsty for their friends.
Sure.
So they're eager for it at this point. Violence also erupts across this bridge as fighting starts. This turns into a two-way exchange. Again, the adversary seems to be largely disorganized. You guys hold tight, but the sinking feeling starts to turn in your stomach that maybe this area is not tenable.
Yep, get everybody mobilizing to pack their cars up. We will go out, headed towards the west along that dirt road concealed by the wall until we come out. Pull that unit that's off in those clump of bushes, pull them out and have them set up position, probably bring a vehicle, and they get out of the vehicle and set up a defensive position on the other opening of the wall towards the west, right? Because we want to hold that opening as secure. Right, so there's that one towards the east, and then where the wall opens up towards the west. Put that team that's in those bushes there.
How many people do we have in this neighborhood, friends and family, that we're responsible for? Or are we just every man for himself?
Roughly half of you have families, but they they know what time it is because you've been living in this area, you've been training, you've briefed them.
They've got their go bag ready to roll. Okay.
Yes, they're not a complete liability. The women.
Okay. If we were going to move the whole neighborhood, that might be an operation, though. Okay.
Yeah, but again, it's a shithole, so there aren't that many people who live here. So,
are there still people creeping up to the west side of that wall?
Yes, there are. So.
All right. That's neat.
Across the Hernandez.
Is Hebrew Phil going to get a chance to use his sledgehammer?
Yeah, I would send that team to that wall, and then if they get to that opening and it's like good, they got there good, I would take over that area, right? So then cross the road with some people, probably a buddy team, if not all three, and then set up positions over there so that we can, block this area from enemy activity and allow us to flow out freely.
Yeah, I like that.
Sounds good. All right, as the last of the trucks pull off, you guys, let's see, you withdraw here. Let's say you pop smokes or whatever, you throw gas cans or whatever on the bridge or whatever.
Flaming tire, roll it down the road.
Yep. Shoot the fire extinguishers.
Where's Dolphin?
With Bear Mason.
Anyway, yeah. You then seal this off. Basically, we just fell that tree or block it as just to deter anybody, and you guys start to flee down this road. As this happens, you make sporadic contact with the enemy that is kind of already positioned in this area. Your group that is out here for security is kind of actively fighting them along this wall, and using a little bit of this. This is pretty sparse. I don't know that I would call that cover. But you are engaging with them, and
Yeah.
it seems to be kind of a deadlock.
Okay. Yeah, we're
As
just
far as the security, but your convoy is not there yet.
right. So at this point, we're gonna have to do the only lever we have is violence. So hopefully everybody has more than 3 magazines on them, and it's shoot many times, ask questions later. Our houses are literally being overran. There's no more Mr. Nice Guy. If you're fucking coming at me at all, I'm spraying a whole mag at you. Get the fuck away from me. Is the vibes.
Yeah, and if we have, I believe we have 3 more. We have 1 more unit that can go support the blockade or the escort team near Chelsea.
Sure, everybody's basically breaking down, right? I sent 1 team there immediately to get there as fast as I could, but then everybody's breaking down and heading that way. The last 2 teams to break down are going to be the northern LPOP and then the bridge hold point, right? Because those are also holding enemy at bay. So the bridge would leave. They would head north. They would collect that northern LPOP, and then they would go west out. And then obviously by the time they got there, all the rest of our personnel are already there. And if there's a fight, they're all part of it.
Sounds good.
So the enemy stays away from the bulk of your force. There's bodies kind of stacked all over the place. They're still, they may be crazy and violent, but they're not. They still have their self-preservation. So you start to pull up, or you start to pull out in an orderly fashion, and your vehicles pull up to this location. You start to engage the guys sort of around this area. As your vehicles pull out, you notice them at different angles now because you guys have a longer, it's a long convoy. You've got your position here and everything, and then you've also got vehicles maybe like pushing up Stonewall or like North Watkins or something like that. So you're engaging them from multiple angles, and they pretty much either die or they fuck off. As this happens, you collect the final security teams while another truck of guys puts fire down Chelsea Avenue at anything that is mean mugging you at this point, and you guys get onto this main highway here, and you shoot up north to the you don't want to go through Fraser, actually, from experience. I'm going to tell you, you don't want to get on the highway and move up to North Haven, where you guys, let's see, you make contact with your other group. There's only like 3 guys here that train, but you guys know them, and it's a pretty peaceful, comparatively peaceful place. Anyway,
sure.
As you guys come in, let me think for a second. So you pull in, you have full accountability at this point. Miraculously, nobody seems too messed up. You guys have, you may have the odd scratch or whatever. Maybe somebody took a flesh wound or whatever. But overall, you guys are well organized. And as you pull in and start to work through the night doing your medical stuff on whatever, the sun starts to come up, and you begin to realize how tired and exhausted you are as you go to sleep, or start working rest cycles, or your normal fall back into like normal operations and stuff, as far as just taking care of all the shit that just happened. Is there anything else that that you guys want to do? Not done yet, but I'm fixing to hit y'all with something else.
No, that sounds pretty solid. Show up, get accountability, rest, refit.
Needs a both check.
Get some water.
Okay. So, as this is happening, and you guys have moved into this kind of, we'll say this neighborhood here, it's fairly isolated, and there's this main bridge that's is the connection point. As you sleep, you are on rest cycle, you as an individual player, whatever, and you are awoken by a violent shaking. You wake up in a kind of startled, and it feels kind of surreal as everything around you is vibrating, and you think you don't really realize what's happening until like things start falling off of walls, windows start breaking, you know, things on shelves like bookshelves and stuff start vibrating, and books start falling off, plates, glass, whatever breaks, and you realize, some of you that know what an earthquake is, you realize what that is, and you gather and you get out of your you basically get out of your houses as the earth shakes violently. Let me ask you guys, has anyone heard of something called the New Madrid fault line?
Oh, God, I have not heard of it.
I have heard of it before.
Yes, reference.
Okay, so the New Madrid fault line, just for anybody that doesn't know what that is, it is very fortunately one of the least active, or one of the less active fault lines on the planet. However, unfortunately, it is also one of the most severe. The last time this thing triggered was in a few times in like 1812 and 1813, and it was so powerful that it reversed the flow of the Mississippi River for several hours. It spans and engulfs not just Memphis, but further north, like most or a large chunk of St. Louis, as well as all the way down to Little Rock. And it is also expected that this thing has a high probability of going off again in our lifetime.
Cool.
Wow. I think the first protocol, I might be mistaken, but it's to get outside of a building if you can, and then if you can't, like archways are more stable. I don't know offhand.
Yeah, for sure. Doorways and stuff are going to be more stable than just the middle of the room. You definitely want to get outside of buildings. Yeah, that's, that the earthquake's only going to last like 30, 60 seconds.
Yeah.
And then it's dealing with the aftermath.
Yep. Power going out, and utilities being unavailable, and stuff like that. And you realize that Memphis, it was already a bloodbath like last night, and given this earthquake. So the city of Memphis actually sits right about in the middle. I'm not sure if it's in the epicenter technically, but it's in the middle of this fault line. And yeah, like if you look it up on Google, like you'll see it's pretty nasty. Yeah, the city again is in chaos. At this point, cell phones are not working. Large-scale power outages have occurred, and pretty much anybody who can get out of the city, either by wheel or by foot, is trying to get out. The airport is pretty much shut down. A lot of the roads are just, they might just be fucked. Some of the bridges have collapsed, but you guys realize now that you have a much bigger problem going on. There's a national emergency broadcast across radio channels, and you realize that because other cities have been hit by this thing as well, chances are, because you're not the special snowflake, you're not the only place that has been hit, you're going to be on your own probably for a while. So the question then becomes, how do you want to proceed with protecting your neighborhood from essentially all of this?
Okay.
Being needy, and because it's got a problem. And again, like I said, Fraser is a rough area.
Well, the first thought I'm having is we don't want to be high signature, because if this is a maybe not catastrophic, or I don't know, if this is a really significantly perilous situation for some people, they're going to get desperate, and desperate people do dangerous things. So we don't want to look like the type of people who have beans that they can take from us. So I think that the play is to consolidate, essentially have your chow in a private space and don't go outside much, and barricade whatever you have left, and don't make much a presence. Is really what I would try to do here. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm just really grateful that whatever forensics team would have been trying to scour the crime scene from the night before is going to be really delayed now at this point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes.
You guys,
It pretty
yeah,
this earthquake pretty much covered our tracks.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to church and thank God for intervening for us.
Yeah, no doubt,
and doing
dude.
Memphis
Thanks
a
for
real
the
favor
rescue,
by allowing
Lord.
it to reset.
Where exactly are we? And what's our area of control?
I would say
That little
it's
neighborhood
this
right
area
there.
starting with Sylvia's family daycare. The areas around here, leading up to the street, they're fairly friendly. There's a elementary school over here, and then of course you got this bridge, which is the main squeeze for people trying to head up north from Fraser and just Memphis in general. To the north of you, you have obviously the Forest State Park. There's not much else. Yeah, but the main threat is going to come from south. You're not too worried about stuff from your east shooting over.
Dang,
Yeah, it's I almost want to just blow
we
the
are
bridge
fucked
up,
up.
but that's fucking kind of crazy talk, and we'll get
I
you
think
in
the
super
original
trouble.
plan was that we were gonna move, right?
I-
Before this
I'm
even
gonna-
kicked off, we wanted to relocate.
I'm going to make the case for blowing the bridge up. The only thing to the south is
It's bad shit.
fucked up.
It's gonna
Yeah, it's
take
only-
it's gonna take
it's
forever
fucked
for
up.
us to get fixed, hooked up anyways. So just blow
Yeah,
that fucking bridge, say fuck city
The only
people,
idea.
and live off the
Yeah.
forest for the next year.
Is
Look,
the earthquake cover for it, or is the thought we can get away with it because they would say, oh,
unless
looks like-
the way you don't get away with it is you have a big mouth about it, and some of the people you told tattle on you later on. To me, that's the only way. If it's just your crew and your crew's all tight, and you go there and you do it tomorrow at 2 a.m., who knows, man? It looks like the bridge fell apart in the earthquake, I guess, or something.
The ethical consideration is that there might actually be some good people who need help, and now we blew up the bridge
Yes.
where that help could come from.
Yes,
so,
I'm saying fuck literally everybody within the ability to drive to this bridge. It's not what I want. Fuck you. That is what I'm saying, if I do that.
Okay. Yeah.
The
I
alternative
think it
would
would trap a
be...
bunch of people. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I mean, are they?
There's other bridges.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm against blowing up the bridge, but I don't know.
That's just my knee jerk, and I don't know what I would actually do.
Yeah.
But that's my knee jerk, because this isn't the only way in and out of here. If somebody really had to, they could go somewhere else, and everything's already fucked up. Why am I going to leave the one bridge that fucks me over open?
That's a good point. There are other routes. Okay. I guess
yeah.
I'm on board considering that.
The alternative would be just to not blow the bridge up, but make it really a pain in the ass to drive. Go pile up a bunch of fucking cars and barbed wire and shit all around there. Just create a huge nasty roadblock, right on the bridge. The third or the secondary alternative would be to set up roadblocks at Robertson Road to the north, and then on the south, what is that? North Haven Drive, right? Which come off to the west of Watkins Street. Yep. So right there, where your mouse was, and then the one just to the south. Yep. Right. If we could do roadblocks there, and then that's kind of we're just sealing off our subdivision, and your greater society is allowed to traverse north and south up this road. Those are basically the first three options from a security standpoint and dealing with this influx of people.
Roadblocks takes resources, time, people.
Yeah, well, you could make a roadblock that's just an unmanned roadblock, enough of shit there that you don't have to man it, but people aren't going to be driving their vehicles through it. It's gonna require all those resources.
We're gonna have the main road clear
Yeah.
And make these look unattractive. Gotcha.
We're gonna have to gather like everybody's car that doesn't work in their front yard out here in the country, and we're gonna have to get somebody as a tow truck to tow these motherfuckers out here, and just make a huge, massive pile of cars, and then like weave barbed wire all around it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Try to tie all those cars together with barbed wire somehow. And somebody's not gonna come spend 3 weeks taking that apart to drive across the bridge.
Yep. Trees, I want to say, like, laid over each other.
Sure.
As well.
Yep.
There's plenty of them in the area.
Multiple. You can do multiple layers of shit too. Just time is on our side, right? You would set up a manned roadblock and then spend 3 or 4 days constructing some nightmare of a roadblock to drive through, and then leave it, unmanned. Probably go check on it every day. Every day somebody has to come out there and check the roadblock or whatever. But you don't have to 24/7 man it.
How do we stop Greta's 8 flotilla?
It's funny. Yeah, that's probably like the sensible, legal, non-crazy person answer is to just create a roadblock on the bridge.
Yeah. I was hoping you guys were gonna blow the bridge, but hey, I get it. Let's say the team from the two-door mansion really wants to blow the bridge up.
Yeah, we can blow it. Fuck it. Let's blow it.
Hey, yeah.
I'm on board.
We don't need to get into how to do that, but yeah, there's
cause catastrophic failure at the bridge that results in it no longer being traversable.
Yeah.
Yep. The river has pretty much flooded as well, with the Mississippi River reversing direction. It's I mean, the area is in rough shape anyway.
I mean, that was my initial thoughts. Is everything is already fucked sideways. If just fucking one more thing over really hooks me up, why be scared to crack some eggs when we're already making omelets?
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Anyways, yeah, I think that about does it as far as what I got. We've been going for not quite 2 hours yet.
Yeah, real quick, my priorities at work would be power. So right away, any sort of solar power or anything like that, immediately start getting those solar panels and shit deployed, start filling up batteries, working out power. Simultaneously, hygiene. And these are the first two things just because these are the things that'll get away from you quick, right? If you wait 3 days until you're out of batteries to be like, oh yeah, power, then you're going to be like constantly behind the ball trying to catch up. Same thing if you wait a week into it to be like, oh, we need to figure out where to piss and shit. Well, everybody's already been pissing and shitting everywhere, and that's piled up, right? So like immediately you got to be like, all right, check it out, team. Power's gone. This is what we're doing. Everybody get your solar panels out, plug your batteries into it, go fucking piss in that corner, go fucking shit over there, etc., right? Those have to get worked out real quick. Next would be radios, setting up any sort of radios stuff if we need to deploy them to get in contact with the outside world. Then would be security, and then after that, securing a source of water and food, right? So figuring out how much water do we need to take in, where's that water coming from, and what's our filtration plan for that water, and then food as well.
Yes.
Rebuild infrastructure.
Sounds good.
Move to Michigan.
One more time in order of priority, it was what? Power, hygiene.
Power and hygiene. Those just getting like right away, getting them out there. That's probably like delegating different people to do those two things right away, and they're basically just letting the community know, like, to get all on the same page, get the ball rolling on that. Then somebody else throwing up like radio antennas and stuff like that to communicate with the rest of the world, and then pushing out security. Right, security, even though it feels like it's going to be a high priority, this is like a low threat environment. There are a lot of threats around, but we're not in an active war zone, so we don't have to like panic rush. Like somebody's not plotting to come raid or ambush us like right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay if it takes us a couple hours before we get security set up, and then long term, by the end of the day or starting tomorrow, start thinking about water. Where's water going to come from? How are we going to filter that? And then pretty soon after that, food. Right, if we're going to be fishing or hunting or trapping, getting those lines out, getting those trot lines out, getting those traps out, figuring out who's the hunter, getting a rotation of going out to hunt every day to bring game back, getting seeds busted out if it's close to planting season, or we got greenhouses getting seeds put in the ground. If it's not planting season, starting to plan compost and stuff like that, so we have usable soil for when it is planting season. Just thinking about food today, tomorrow, in 6 months.
Yeah, if we don't have... Makes sense, yeah.
Cool. I like it. Well, that's about what I got for you guys. It's already kind of, I guess, gone a little bit long. But
it's okay. Yeah, no, not bad at all, brother. It was a good one.
That's fun.
I appreciate you, dude. You've done well both times.
Cool.
Thanks for running.
Glad to hear it.
Anybody have questions, comments, concerns about the scenario?
I think just knowing when to abandon the neighborhood is a tough judgment call in that situation. But if you live in Memphis, I don't know that I'd ever move there and be attached to the place to call it home.
Sure.
Too long anyway.
I very much agree.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what kind of situation would have me moving there in the first place, and it would have to be very temporary in the first place.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe in an area
Gotta
where
look
you
like...
do have life built up, and you've got your family there and all that. It's a little different.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to run away from everything just to let it get burned down to come back tomorrow. It's better than to die in the fire, but if you can mitigate the fire from coming, that would be your primary plan of attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems like when the mobs reached critical mass, and you just, we're not gonna. The hard part is like it's not. It feels like it's not like all of the it's not very clear which people are gonna run in there and annihilate your property necessarily, and you can't just. Oh, I'm on the live. You know what I mean? It's hard to make that judgment call.
Yeah, it's very hard.
It's all of this has to be pre-communicated and pre-planned as well. Like you got to be like pretty tight with your group to do something like that. So yeah, definitely for those of you watching, if you're not already, you should be getting out there and training.
Building community, because one guy doing this on their own is dead.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You need to have. You need to know who your neighbors are, and build community with them. Find common ground. Figure out who you can associate with, who you can depend on, who you can't, and just know these things.
Yep. The most I heard something this past weekend when I was doing a course. The side that has the most solidarity, that's the most organized, usually wins. I mean, that's just the way things go. Build that solidarity, get organized.
Antifa has great solidarity and organization. I mean, goodness, they had trucks bringing in bricks.
Yep. I like to think that in real life, in most mob situations, like the mob is going to be pretty quick to fuck off. As you painted in the scenario, that you do run the risk of them like getting angered, right? So you tell them to fuck off and they get all upset, so they reorganize and then come back to try and fuck with you for real. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being wishful, but I'm just thinking like even
it's tough to tell how determined they would be.
Sure, even when like Kyle Rittenhouse was running, right? He didn't have a station. He wasn't in a defensible position. He was like worst case scenario, just like in the open, one guy, and he wasn't even like I know he in the end did end up because he got put on his back and people came at him shooting some people, but he wasn't even like prosecuting fools, right? Like if he was like running with that rifle and anybody that started coming up on him, he was just like blam 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 blam. Like, he'd probably be in jail right now, but I bet he would not have had skateboard guy and pistol guy run up and try to actually get him, because everybody would have been like, oh shit, like get the fuck away from this dude. I don't want to get shot 4 times by that rifle. And even just by him having the rifle and a little bit, like the crowd didn't mob him, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They didn't mob him even when he got attacked. He kind of got tripped up which is totally fair that he used self-defense. I'm not saying he shouldn't have or anything, but I'm saying it's not like he got swarmed by people and knocked down or whatever and then had to like shoot himself out of a crowd. He, you know, people were kind of like intimidated by him, and then he got knocked onto his feet or onto his back, and some people tried to, you know, opportunistically strike him. He scratted those fools down, and I would, you know, based on everybody else was like, yep, I don't want to play that game, and left him the fuck alone, and he was allowed to walk out. So I would imagine if you're in a defended position, even if it's a shitty one, like it's just you and two of your homies are just standing straight up behind a car, and then you each, you know, dump 20 rounds into the crowd that's carrying guns at you, I would imagine that would be the end of the protest in your neighborhood for the rest of that day, right? They would abandon their 15 dead body friends in the street and not seek to come back to you at all. Probably go cry to the cops about you, if anything, in reality.
Yeah, I think you're right. Part of that was me just cranking up the heat on the scenario. I do think it's likely that the other way that I thought about taking this was, you know, involving more of the police and like their interrogation tactics. This is a whole different thing, but you know, when they put you in the interrogation room that's, you know, 5 to 10 degrees colder than than normal, and they give you the water bottle that, you know, you then put your DNA on, and you know, that's going in the evidence now, all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. That's a different night probably. We'll
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Well, they're typically in these places to protect the Antifa rioters. They're not holding them back. They're there to protect them.
Unfortunately, yes,
to a certain
I've
degree,
seen
absolutely.
that happen in real life. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Or I meant like on videos and stuff, you know.
Well, if you look at what's going on in Portland right now, you've got the local city cops like advising the Antifa rioters who are going out and fight. It's a war between the state and the feds, and they're using Antifa as the proxy.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's just the if you didn't know already, the cops aren't your friends.
No, not at all.
Right. But they can complicate things.
I concur. I'm just gonna
The
go
feds
out
are gonna
and say
fed.
I really don't have a use for the police. Frankly, no disrespect to them, but it's just, yeah, it just kind of is what it is.
They're the worst, bro.
Have left, and yeah, I know they suck.
They're so useless. Any like the few times I'm like, Captain, don't call the cops, but there's been a handful of times, not even a handful, like 2 or 3 in my life that I've been like, oh, fuck, I guess I am gonna call the sheriff, and it's still like, they're like, no, we can't really. Like, what do you even exist for? Just to fucking fuck me over? To come serve me a warrant one day when fucking some asshole says I said something mean on the internet? That's your purpose in life? Like, go police your community or something. Go catch a bad guy, bro.
I was at work and I saw a scuffle on the street and someone was choking another person. And I watched that happen to make sure that it was going to end, thinking the cops are not going to help solve this problem. I was like, I wanted to make sure that the situation was over, but I don't know. I was like, wow, these people are fighting in the street. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know why, but
in my experience,
it just doesn't help.
The good ones, at least around where I live, like they usually get out.
Yeah, and like they stopped.
It's a short-lived thing.
Like nobody was passing out, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave this alone. And the scuffle ended and all, but I was just like, I've never seen law enforcement roll up and actually de-escalate much.
No.
It's typically the opposite.
No.
Which I don't know.
Yeah, they're the fucking worst. I had some little. Let me think about words I want to use and how much I want to say. I had some fucking individual. I really don't even know how old he was, whether he's 16 or 26. Right? He's like one of those where it's hard to tell. But anyways, he was essentially like a retard trying to gangbang in my subdivision, which is like not the gangbang area at all. He was waving blue flags around at somebody who just happened to be wearing red clothes that day. And I went and like shut it down. I was like, fuck you, dude, like you're not doing this here, blah blah blah. Anyways, it became a repeat thing, and so I called the cops one time. Just more, I knew they weren't gonna do anything, couldn't do anything even, but just to I figured other people had. I'll also go ahead and get this put on the record, so whenever whatever does happen, they see that somebody's called about this guy at this address 8 times in the last 6 months or whatever, right? So I do my part to add to those numbers. Anyways, moral of the story: the cops come, and I don't know whether one of them was just a douchebag and one of them was actually a chill dude, or they were just playing good cop, bad cop, or whatever, but they ended up not even doing a good investigation of what I called them for, the actual crime activity, because they started lecturing me about how I was fucked up for not informing them that I was concealed carrying a gun when they first got on scene. Even though I'm not doing anything wrong, wasn't doing anything wrong, I called you to come here to help protect the community. But now, all of a sudden, your focus is on me, and allowed this little shithead to get in his car and drive away. Fortunately, they saw it, and I notified them, and so they wrote all that information down. I think they had a cruiser go pull him over. But it doesn't. The point is, you're busy talking to me, who's not a problem, rather than going and talking to the actual. How about you go knock on the door of the dude that was just trying to fucking do a gang war here, instead of lecturing me about my gun rights?
Yeah, I don't know. They just smell of complacence. They want always to have a power dynamic over people. If there's ever a situation where they feel like you're capable of dealing with something yourself, it makes them insecure and they need to suddenly control you or whatever,
Yes.
put their hands on you and do shit, and
Yes.
it's just weird. It's like a psychological thing about them, I think. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's very deep-seated also in our government. They don't want people to be independent, essentially. And I'm just going to say, also a lot of these things exist just to give people the illusion of security, frankly. Because if they realized how bad things actually were, they would get up and do stuff, and we can't have that.
I'm pretty confident that a big part of why the police fuck with law-abiding citizens and don't actually go after actual criminals is because they can't. They know the actual criminal is going to resist. They don't want that fight, so they're gonna go fuck with the person. They're gonna go fuck with the jaywalker. They're gonna fuck with you who's speeding, and ignore the dude who's fucking selling drugs and guns and fucking trafficking people and shit like that. Because that guy might shoot at me or something. I don't want to deal with that. I'm gonna come deal with you, who I know is gonna just say yes sir to me and politely put your hands behind your back and turn around when I tell you.
Yeah, I absolutely.
Which is disgusting. It's the exact opposite of the reason for their existence.
Yeah, it's predatory. I mean, frankly.
Brigandry. Yeah.
Sorry, cop friends, which I know there are many of that watch this. I don't know what to tell you, man. Fucking be better, I guess.
I don't like cops either.
Nobody does. There's two people, cops and then people that don't like cops.
I know.
Boo cops.
Or there are some naive ladies who are know people in their family, so they are supportive and stuff. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty much yes, cops and people who don't like cops.
Never in my life have I heard a citizen, no matter how law-abiding they were, when the cops show up, when the cop walks into the restaurant, when the cop gets there, they're oh, the police are here, it's okay. I'm really glad there's this law enforcement officer here watching this movie with us, because if anything happens, I know the cops are going to be there. No, everyone's oh shit. Quick, double check, make sure we're not accidentally breaking any laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't immediately start checking everything when you're driving and you see one behind you?
Yeah.
Totally.
It's
just their presence is gonna make you trip up because the pressure now.
Yep.
I wasn't going over the line before, but now that you're sitting there behind me riding off my bumper, whoops.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I gotta get my inspection sticker done.
Well, yeah, a good. I don't know if I should.
So I'll jump in here. Reminder that these people in mass stood outside while children were getting slaughtered in a school.
Yep. Stood outside in mass and prevented other people, other adults, from going in and doing something about it. Dude, I would have fucking shot at the cops. I don't care. I'm taking me and this gun into that school, and everyone that tries to stop me is fucking getting it. Good luck.
In Minecraft.
Yep.
That's what they've been doing at every school shooting since Pippin was pimping.
Yeah, it's true though. It is super true.
Ooh, it's blood boiling. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, the other, the high level plays, like there's almost like a graph or a. You start to hate the cops enough that you try to act like, or play psychological little weird things to make them to deceive them. Like you can put if you put like a, local police agent bumper sticker on your car, they are not going to fuck with you as much because they'll just assume you're a good little. You're like following all the, whatever.
Yeah, they are a gang. So when you fly their colors, they think of you as an ally. Correct.
So it's like,
gang psychology, right?
Yeah, you get to the point where you're like, wow, I want nothing to do with any of these. I want them to be never here. Like, yes, agree. And then you get to the point where you're like, they are here, they're not going away. I can kind of disguise myself to some extent. Here and there. I don't know.
No, you're true.
I thought about that. Yeah.
That's accurate. Whenever I have a disabled veteran USMC license plate, so there's like a Marine emblem on my license plate. I've never put any like moto bumper stickers on my cars or anything, but now that when I got that put on my license plate, I noticed a dramatic reduction in the amount of police interactions on the highway. It was just pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm sure. I know.
Like, wow, can you guys just like not be a piece of shit? That'd be great. But anyways, anybody got anything to talk about other than how much we dislike cops?
Yeah, I guess I have an inquiry related to the, post-prisoner discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
So there was discussion about like interrogation mostly, and that the non-torture methods are more effective. And we were talking about who does interrogating and all that. And I was thinking about this might be relevant to you because you dealt with these people in real life. I imagine most of the interrogating is from the side of the occupying force. They are occasionally capturing some people, and they're trying to find out who's in their network because all of their networks are kind of localized or compartmentalized. Whereas, like, if they capture one of you guys, they don't get nearly as much because they know where your fucking base is and they know where all this stuff is. So I was kind of curious if the primary objective with that is to basically go up the chain of the cell and find the next connection.
Yeah, it's just like cops. So you roll a guy, you get him, you try to get him to tell you who his boss is and where he lives, then you go get that guy and you get him to tell you where his boss is and where he lives, and you go get that guy until you are shooting Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. Okay. That was it. I was just wondering about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the game. Or
it's most of sorry.
Yeah, or just, if not his boss, then if you get high enough up the ladder where you know where like weapons or money or guns are going to be moved and stuff, then you can go interdict those things as well.
Sure. Yeah, I imagine in my mind sometimes it's literally like there are 3 guys who know each other, and they all know a 4th guy.
Yep.
And this 4th guy, he knows other things, but the 3 other dudes who know each other, who are on standby for whatever, they don't actually really know the other things that the 4th connection guy knows. They're just ready to do the things that align with their ideology.
And that is how
50% of them are feds already anyway.
Yeah, that's how guerrilla forces are organized, right?
Yeah.
You have, whatever a fire team's worth of riflemen, and they probably don't even know each other. Like they work together, so they see each other and they have a name, a call sign, whatever you want to call it, a nickname they call each other. But they probably don't even know each other's like actual real names and home addresses and stuff, per se. All situation dependent, but if possible, that's nice. And then they all are in contact through a leader, right? And then that leader has 3 or 4 peers that he knows about, or maybe he knows of them just like your fire team knows of each other. He knows of his other leader peers, but they all check into a guy up above the chain, and so on and so forth. That's how they keep everything decentralized, so that if anybody gets compromised, you're never more than like one team's worth of compromised individuals out. You're never like getting a whole platoon of dudes caught up. And then if we need to get a group together, a large group to do something, right, that'll come from up the chain, and he'll tell multiple teams of people to be at a place and a time for a thing together. But they won't know about each other or even have ever seen each other until they all arrive at that place and time to do that thing.
Yeah. Very cool. Hey guys, I gotta hop off. And are we still streaming? Or
we are still streaming, yes sir.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna drop the screen share, but
That's,
I have
yeah,
to
that's
pull
fine.
up my. I think I have to pull up Discord. I don't know if that's gonna flash on YouTube.
No, you're good. You're fine. I just pulled out of it all. We're not even looking at Discord anymore. It's just my...
Later, brothers. Hope you guys have a great weekend.
Later.
Me too.
Later.
Bye.
Anybody else got
I got a
anything?
question.
Yeah.
I got a question. It's kind of technical. Reloading between with a 16-inch AR or a 14.5, 77 grain Sierra Match King, or I'm thinking maybe going a little lighter to 69 for extra speed. Worth the trade-off in your opinion, or not for terminal performance?
What's the twist rate and what's the like objective?
1 and 7. I shoot pretty much out to 640 with the AR, and just thinking.
Sure.
Well, for more range, more speed will help with range, and just thinking about impact and damage on target.
77s are going to work better past like 400, and 69s are going to work a little bit better inside of 400. I personally just go with the 77s because I want that added. I feel like it's the more better it works at distance is better than the better the 69 works at close range. You know,
okay.
Like your 69 is gonna fall off hard. It's gonna be hard to engage targets at 500, 600, 700 yards with a 69 grain. I mean, doable, yes, but it's gonna be much harder. Whereas the 77, it just has more because it's moving slower at those shorter ranges. You have more bullet drop, which means you have to like know your holds a little bit better and be a little better at range estimation if you want to be real precise, right? So if you were like an urban sniper or whatever, and all of your shots were like inside 300 yards, like almost guaranteed always, then you could make an argument for going down to like 69s because they're going to fly plenty accurate, and your drop is going to be less at that short range. So you're just going to almost have point of aim, point of impact for the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? But if you're going out at range and you're dialing the optic and you're doing all of these things already anyways, then I would go with the 77s because that's just going to like increase your capability.
Okay. That's just the newest reload for me. I've been doing 6.5 Creedmoor for a couple years now and tried some different weights, but yeah, you lower the mass of the bullet, it increases the speed, but it doesn't necessarily hold at that speed for longer like a heavier bullet. So there's an optimization going on there. I just don't have much experience with the 5.56, and I know you've talked a bit about that. So thanks for your input there.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Sounded like somebody had another question.
Yeah, I was just going to ask what y'all's thoughts are on the Republican governors deploying National Guard this weekend to their respective big cities ahead of the No Kings protest.
Yeah, I think zoomed out. I think crazy tinfoil hat shit. I think it's all planned. I think very little happens organically, and I have a wizard vibe to it, right? An esoteric, occultish vibe to it. I think that the powers that be also practice that shit, and they know whatever you want to call it. They know what the stars say. They know what the vibes are going to be. They understand societal psychology and how it ebbs and flows. It's just basically three different ways of looking at the same thing. So they understand, right, in 100 years we're going to be doing roughly this, in 500 years we're going to be doing roughly this, so on and so forth. So they take that into account and weave their plans into it. So they're never fighting. Here's what I'm trying to say. They are never pushing against society. If society's trying to push right, they aren't trying to push left. They're guiding society to the right in the way they want them to. And then when society starts to go left, they're going to guide society left in the way they want them to. So
this is a calculated
yes,
escalation.
I think that the West is a bastion of individualism and freedom that is a nut they've wanted to crack and haven't been able to. And I think that the last ditch effort they have to crack the nut of the West is to get us to do a civil war, because they know that they can't get us to like weaken ourselves or have somebody else come defeat us. So their only hope is for us to wear ourselves out, like Europe did in World War I and World War II to itself. So they're trying to start a civil war. So they've rallied, right? Just backtrack it. Obama gets in, and you could keep going back, but for the sake of just picking a start point, Obama gets in, makes everything super racialized. I played football in the South pre-Obama, and there was like, my point is my felt experience in high school was super interracial, everywhere. All my friends were a bunch of mixed ethnicities, a bunch of black kids and other Mexicans, and all of our families would hang out at team dinners, and there was just there wasn't an issue. It would if somebody said something that was like racist, it would be like weird. Like everybody would be like hold the phone. What's your problem, weirdo? Why did you say that thing? Right? It just was not even an issue. Okay, so Obama gets in. All of a sudden, race is a fucking huge issue. Then we get the populists that try to come, Bernie and Trump, and they fucking nuke those guys as much as they can to make the population upset. So now the population feels estranged. The economic strains, which this is probably a vibe that they know is happening. There's nothing they can do about it, so they're going with it. Like, all right, the economy's going to be fucked. The people, the power is going to be consolidated. So economically, it's going to be a big strain on the people. They have created a huge divide. So now we're not fucking having children and getting married between the sexes, which is another huge problem, right? If your military-age males don't have any ground ties to society, they're more willing to be combative. Right, so if you don't have a wife to go home, then you're more willing to have a revolution. And so fucking Biden gets in office, and they make everything shit on purpose. And they let a bunch of fucking illegals in here that they're going to use. That's cannon fodder, whether for a foreign war or domestic. And they bring all these fucking bodies in here, and then after they spend 4 years destabilizing the shit out of everything with Biden, then they allow or put, or whatever you want to call it, Trump gets in office as per plan, and now he is going to be Captain Authority. So he is going to do Nazi authoritarian fascist shit, but no one's going to care because society is going to be so fucked up, and the left has already been crying wolf so long that they're just like, yes, I am a Nazi, fuck you. So that's what we're getting, right? So now the right is literally sending in the military to all these places because they're a shithole, because they were intentionally made a shithole. And so now you have the military in these fucking hot points that are a shithole, and you're basically just asking. It's just like we just sent 200 troops to Israel. It's the same fucking thing. We're sticking our face out there, come on, hit me so that I can get hit and then do something about it. So yeah, I think they're putting the National Guard out there so that the left can drive a car into them, throw a Molotov cocktail at a tank, which then is going to be all the excuse they need to put cities under lockdown and probably do something political to remove political power of those people, right? Because if you want to super take all of your own personal political thoughts and all that out of it, what you're seeing is the federal government exert its power over state governments, which is, I know, fuck California and fuck Oregon and all that, but this is not a good thing. This is not what I want. And I want the other way. I want states to have more power. I want individuals to have more power, not the federal government.
Decentral.
Yes, so we're seeing the federal government by force say, no, governor, I'm literally taking over now with troops. Fuck you. Doesn't matter. You can sit in your office and cry and stomp and make all the news press conferences you want. My guys with guns are there in that city making what I want happen. Right? They're obviously going to slow roll it. At first, what they want happen is peace and to end the crime and support the end of illegal migration and help ICE, right? All the stuff that the 80% of the people are like, yeah, we want it, yeah. But give it 5 years. I bet there's still going to be an excessive amount of National Guard used, and probably for stuff that we're not super excited about. So, yeah, that's what I think. They're just edging us towards a domestic conflict.
pardon the ignorance.
Do you
here,
think
but,
with the recent vehicle ramming attacks that because of the No Kings protests and because of the cartels putting bounties on the ICE heads, that the either cartels or Antifa or whatever are going to attack police, DHS, whatever it is, while they're doing the No Kings protest and then hide in the crowd?
I
So
mean,
if they're shooting.
yeah, that's a great tactic. I can't be like I can't say I think for sure they're going to do this at this rally on this day. I have no idea, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. That the federal government is positioning itself to take power from the state governments and putting itself to get hit. It's saying like, here I am, come and hit me, and then so at some point, eventually, somebody's going to hit them, and then they're going to be like, oh, I got hit. Now we have to use even more force. Can you believe it? Yeah, so.
I have a question.
Real quick, Armageddon, what were you going to say? Pardon your ignorance, but what?
Yeah, I was going to ask, why does he mobilize, like, I remember seeing something about Texas troops going to Illinois. Is he not allowed to just mobilize the Illinois to protect Illinois?
They won't. They won't.
The court said that he can mobilize them, he just can't use them on federal grounds. And he's like, all right.
Like a contradiction.
I control them, I just can't control them, is basically what happened.
Yeah, so it's the state saying you can't use state assets, so then he's going and finding federal assets. By federalizing another state that's on his coalition side resources and then using them as federal troops.
I see, I got you. Thank you.
What were you going to say, Phil?
All right. Do you think that inside these cities, the federal government is ultimately pulling the strings of both sides? Like, is the leftoid element in your mind also ultimately driven by the federal government?
Yeah, yes and no. I think a thing outside the federal government drives the federal government, and when you get high enough at the top, it is like a uniparty or whatever. The fact that we have two separate parties is almost used as a trick that they can blame. Yes, they can blame all the bad things that happened the last 4 or 10 years. That was red team. You just wait till blue team. All the bad things that happened the last 48 years. That was blue team. That's why we got to get red team in here, and then vice versa for 200 years.
Yeah, it's funny. You can look at the currency, and they're doing the same thing with the currency, but they won't talk about that. No one's. They're not talking about the debt or the central bank. Like, both red and blue team are incentivized to just be like, look over here, and talk about other things.
But then at the city level, I don't think that like mayors or even probably most governors are like aware or operating on the principle that they're all the same team.
Right.
So like that governor, that mayor, they do believe in communism and whatever LGBTQ rights or whatever the hell, and they are like trying their hardest to do the things that they do believe in. But the system at its top like wanted them there. They curated this reality to be as it is.
Have you seen the CBDC, the central bank digital currency that Peter Thiel's trying to push through for the U.S.?
Not specifically. I have not seen what CBDC Peter Thiel is trying to pull. I know of CBDCs. I know of Peter Thiel. I think Bitcoin is a CBDC. Again, they don't force anything on you. They get you to accept it. So Bitcoin they've told you it's anonymous, but it's not. It's actually not anonymous. Everything's on the ledger, which you know as well. You feel like it's anonymous because most of the time, at least in theory, you don't have to tie your identity to your wallet ID, except for nowadays, if you actually want to use your cryptocurrency in any regular, like, reasonable way, you actually do have to tie your wallet ID to your physical ID. And then furthermore, as soon as they get AI and all this and Palantir all squared away, which is coming lickety-split, they're just going to be able to plug that program onto the ledger and use, track all of your memetics and all of your cell phone data and all of your purchase history and all of your rewards programs and all that shit, and then match that up with the ledger, and through AI they're going to figure out who 98% of Americans' Bitcoin wallets are, and and they'll just wait to do that bit until everybody's already adopted Bitcoin. So it'll be like the only way you can get groceries is with Bitcoin, and then now we know who everybody's Bitcoin wallet is, and we can see every Bitcoin you've ever traded to, who you traded it to since the creation of that Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's the exact reason why you can't buy Monero on Coinbase. Like, all of the coins that they let you buy are the coins that they're okay with you buying, which, for the moment, there's still value to it. You can still, like, they will let you get away with using these coins because they think that you won't be able to do that later. I'm that's my current understanding. I don't know.
Yeah, they want the mass adoption. They know that they can use Bitcoin to see. Now, Bitcoin would be better than a CBDC because a CBDC would be controlled completely by the government. So Bitcoin would allow them to track everybody's purchase of everything ever, which is bad enough. But if it was an actual digital currency that the government itself controlled, then they could do crazy shit. They could forcibly control the economy through like mouse clicks, right? They could be like, oh, the hamburger industry is failing right now, so we're going to deposit $1,000 into everybody's checking account, but you can only spend it on hamburgers, and you have to go buy hamburgers in the next 48 hours. It's all that. Seriously, they could literally do that.
Yeah.
That's all that money can be spent on, and case whatever. They could opposite. They could say, okay, we don't want people building stuff, so you're only allowed to spend $50 a month at hardware stores. Sure, you need some caulking, you need some screws to change an outlet or something. Okay, but nobody's building any sheds or fucking anything like that anymore. No more of that.
Wouldn't there have to be an economic collapse to get away from a cash-based system for that to happen? At least be adopted by the public.
Yeah. So
they're gonna rug pull Bitcoin.
Yeah, they are going to hyperinflate the dollar. Now, there's different exact details of how that shakes out, but that is what's going to happen. It's the only hope. It's the only logical answer. If you really look at the economy and it's the direction we're going, and if you can sit around and be like, this is fucked, it's fucked to do that, which is true, but also if they're like, okay, guy, it's your problem, what do you do? The answer you're going to come up with is, I guess I'm going to hyperinflate the dollar, because it's the only option on the table.
So the best option is to just buy silver bullion and live near.
Yeah, I mean, silver historically has been a controlled market. Silver and gold are also at an all-time high, which means there's probably going to be some pullback. There's probably going to be more pullback from silver. The big reason. Welcome to GWOT's Black Pill Hour. Everything's a scam. Sorry, there's not a good answer. The reason that silver and gold, predominantly silver, are a scam, but gold as well, is twofold.
Well, it's microchip manufacturing, right?
Well, yes, it is. Silver is used in microchip manufacturing as well as small trace amounts of gold. The issue, though, is that there's not enough volume. So if you actually try to sell like your silver to the public, there's not enough people are gonna want it. So everything has to go through your coin shop. Your coin shop is going to charge you on top when you buy, and they're going to sell to you under spot when you sell. So you're basically losing this percentage unless you keep the coins to outpace the hyperinflation, or the bullion rather, whatever the case is, right? But as far as like from the end of the world, if the coin shop goes away, if the day that comes the coin shop guy isn't here anymore, or he closes his doors, whatever, then you're not going to be able to liquidate those metals as nearly as easily as you think you are. Is the big problem, right? And you're losing each trade because each trade has to go through the coin shop, even if you're using like an online dealer, same thing. So, I mean, it's not the worst. There's a lot of, it's one of the better things. I don't think it's a good thing, but it's one of the least worst things to do is to buy gold and silver. I think perhaps right this very second might not be a great time. At least I think long term. It might spike up a little bit, but I think it's going to come back down.
I mean,
especially silver.
I'm in real estate, and I think the real estate market's about to drop out.
Yep, real estate's also a scam. First of all, you can build up, not just out. So this whole like thing of like, oh, they're not making any more. Well, actually, they are. You can just build like 300 floors on top of each other, straight up into the sky. And also, everything is because we're having a hyperinflated dollar. There's the everything bubble. So everything is actually one trade. Doesn't matter what you're using. What you're actually trading is the psychology of the top 1 to 10% of Western people, right? Those are the people that have disposable money. They take their disposable money and they pour it into assets because they know the dollar or the pound or whatever it is they have is a sinking ship. It loses value every single year. It's the worst trade to have. So if you have extra value, you take it out of your currency and put it into something. This means all of the somethings that you would put currency into, whether it's watches, exotic cars, houses, gold and silver, crypto, are grossly overvalued because for like 100 years now, all of the rich people have been taking all of their dollars and buying something. And, supply and demand, so the demand of all the somethings is just completely through the fucking roof. Where it's not even a good trade anymore, other than the fact that your dollar is so worthless, even a bad deal is better than holding on to the dollar if you have a bunch of extra dollars laying around. But that just makes all of the asset market out of reach for the common man. And this is just a cycle that happens over and over again. When eventually we'll have an economic reset, and then the power will be redistributed, probably at the end of a vast strife. Right? Two modern examples are the collapse of Rome and the Black Death. There was like a physical at those two times. There was a physical decentralization of power. Like the power structures physically didn't occupy spaces anymore, so common people could physically go occupy space. You could just walk onto a villa with land and be like, "This is mine now. I'm going to use it." And then use it. And then now your common man life, you just went from living in the barrios of Rome or whatever, right? Like a Roman apartment complex almost, to now you get to have your own farm. Just because the rich asshole that owned 10 farms, he can't, his paper, yes, his paper that says they're all mine matters not any longer. So you get to have one of them.
You said eventually, but yeah, no, I think we're kind of doing that now.
How so?
Gold is $4,336 today.
Yeah, so you're saying hyperinflating the dollar? Yeah.
Wow.
I'm waiting. I literally am waiting for the day in my adult, not elderly life to go to McDonald's and spend like $6,000 on a cheeseburger. That's what I'm talking about.
And we're gonna have see, that's the problem with hyperinflation though, is that the cheeseburger goes to being 200 to 500 to 1,000 to 3,000, and then there just is no more cheeseburger because the guy that needs to get paid to fucking run the truck to bring all the stuff to the McDonald's can't get there because it's too expensive to do it.
Right. Typically what happens when you try to hyperinflate is that the money supply doesn't decentralize down to the people fast enough. So the cheeseburger costs $6,000 before you have $6,000 to buy it. Which means, the guy that was going to go to work to make the cheeseburger is like, I'm not going to go to work for $20 an hour to make $6,000 cheeseburgers. This clearly doesn't work. I'm going to go figure something else out. However, I think that...
Clearly results in violence.
Yes. I think the fix that they're going to try to do is possibly CBDC, right? Which I was just saying Bitcoin. Yeah. Bitcoin, I think, is going to be the CBDC. If this doesn't work, that's their fail-safe, is they'll at least get half of what they want out of CBDC. But if they did all this and then it didn't work, which it won't, and there was a day that America woke up and cheeseburgers were $6,000 and they didn't have $6,000 to buy them, the American government could say, we want you to take all of your cash, deposit it into your banking account, we just put an app on iOS and Android, FedCoin app, download FedCoin app, link the FedCoin app to your bank accounts, and for the first time ever, we're going to release. They won't say. What we're going to do is hyperinflate the dollar by giving you the money rather than disseminating it through banks and power structures. They'll word it differently. They'll say it's an emergency relief instead of giving relief to organizations. We're going to give it directly to the people. What we want you to do: link your bank account to FedCoin, and FedCoin will take the money out of your bank account and it'll return back to you tenfold in FedCoin that you are then allowed to use on the market. It has to be FedCoin because it's the way we print it and can track it, blah, 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 blah. No one will even care to look into that. And people are just going to go do that. They're going to put all their cash in the bank. They're going to link their
But
bank
what if
account.
they just don't do it? What if they say we're not downloading the app, or this is retarded, and then they just
Then they
start
starve to
getting
death.
violent
Literally,
and stealing
then they starve. Then they go hungry, and we'll have to do violence,
Well,
and
no,
then the
but that's
state
what I'm
will
saying.
use their cops to squelch the violence. Most people will just
But
download the
how
FedCoin
the
app.
fuck are the cops gonna get? The cops aren't gonna get paid. That's what I'm saying.
They're going to get paid in FedCoin.
The cops are going
10
to get
times more.
first.
Listen, when they hyperinflate the dollar, here's what I'm saying. What that means is they're going to print a bunch of money, all right, and then send it to their debtors to pay off the debt, or to maybe even just to float the interest still. But when they do that for the first time ever, by using the CBDC, which is also a trap, but rather than just printing all the money and giving it to the banks, giving it to the big organizations like they always have done, they're going to give it to you. They're going to print $1 trillion and give you a good chunk of it, give you like 100,000 of it. All you got to do is get the FedCoin app. It's going to be in CBDC money. It's going to be in FedCoin, not USD. But FedCoin is 1-for-1 on the marketplace, right? So you give me your US dollars, and I'll give you 10x FedCoin, and then you can go wherever and you see a price in USD, and you can pay that price of FedCoin and get that item. And now they just switched the whole economy over to FedCoin, which is a CBDC.
But if the prices are already inflated like a motherfucker, then you'll still be fucked though.
I'm not saying it's going to be perfect and like everyone's going to get Lamborghinis the next day, but it will be less dramatic on the individual than hyperinflation has ever been before. Hyperinflation doesn't work, right? Hyperinflation has always been game over because the money getting printed doesn't get passed out to the people, and they eventually can't buy food, and so they do a war because they're hungry. But if they can literally just print the money and give it to you, you need more money, great, we'll print more out. Tomorrow everyone gets $100,000. Oh, next week you need more, everyone gets $500,000. How much do you need? Okay, everyone gets $1 billion next week.
Like it's going to result in the same problem though.
You
can't just create value by saying there's more value. That's the whole problem that we're having right now.
Right. I think we're talking past each other. I'm not saying it's going to create a good, like, stable, healthy economic system that encourages people to save money and work hard, but I am saying it's going to keep people from starving to death during the period of hyperinflation, because they will just literally put whatever you need in your account for you to go buy food, and they'll close
the turmoil so you don't overthrow them.
Right.
Well, I know I'm trying to figure out, but like, wouldn't people still recognize that valuelessness of the money?
People don't. No. People don't even know any of those words you said. People are calling you a nerd right now. What do you mean value? My money has value, and they're gonna give it to me. That's value. What are you talking about?
I don't know, bro. I think you're underestimating them. I think people know a little bit more about that than you give them credit for, bro. I'm just saying. Right.
Why are people still using the dollar then and not going to like a barter system of gold and silver or something? It's just because it's the same thing but slower. Right. Exactly. You give them no other. You take all other options off the table, and then you give them the option they want. And the option is fight me to the death, or get 100,000 FedCoin, and I'll let you buy food tomorrow.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. But they still need. This is the problem, and you know, I've been talking to my fucking father-in-law because he's worked in the defense industry for a long time. You know what I mean? Like he literally makes weapons like all day long, like the cutting edge military technology. You know. And he's saying, and I agree with him, that their plan to make us all stupid and useless kind of backfired on them because they still need us to do things. So if we're all stupid and useless, but they need us to control each other and ourselves, then there's no way that they can use us as slaves to
can do that with a
suppress our own people because we're too dumb to do that.
The economy is intentionally complex. They made it complex so it's hard to understand. We could have a simple economy, but then everyone would understand it. I think that
I know what you mean, but
people are waking up to a lot of things, but I think the economy is one of those things that are very difficult. The economy is difficult for anybody to understand. Even people that are geniuses and dedicate their entire life to it don't have a full 100% grasp on every part of the economy and all that, right, on purpose. And
sure. But this is the way that I see it, right?
Yep.
Every second of every day, right? Your brain is running calculations for everything: breathing, walking, balance, air temperature, and then of course the much more complex mathematical processes that make up your thoughts and emotions, right? When you look at something, when you consider an object, a person, a relationship, maybe something that's more abstract, you are calculating the value of those different things. You know what I mean? So in a way, like you're doing that when it comes to economics as well. Your brain is hardwired to do it, you know. So it might be like you might not understand the whole, you know, deeper processes behind it, but you still know that it's not fucking worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so that's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Just even if you don't understand the whole overarching principle, you know what I mean? It might still be like, I'm not doing this shit because it's fucking dumb. You know, if that's the reaction that the average person has, you know, regardless of whether or not they understand what's going on, what's the difference?
That there's not an option, right? That there's no other option. You are hungry and you don't have enough dollars, and there's no way you're going to get enough dollars to buy food. And the government is saying, download this app, and you know, regardless of what the wordplay or the details are, download this thing and then you get food. Otherwise, you're going to have to literally go fight for it, like fight cops and stuff to get the food. You're most likely going to just download the app.
It'll basically be like post-war Germany, where the Reichmark was, you know, a million times more inflated, and whenever the Americans and the British came through, they did give out food, but then they gave out tokens so that people, you know, get food or supplies or whatever, or gasoline, right? But it'll just be a digital version of that. Boil it down.
Well, okay, so but even then, like I'm saying, so that sounds like then the solution, which we should all be working towards, is to be meeting together and forming communities like now, to have that, you know, parallel economy, parallel society that we can set up ahead of time rather than just fucking sitting with our thumbs jammed firmly up our fucking asses.
Yeah, I mean,
like
that's,
most of us are.
That's definitely, that's peak, that's goal. I mean, we have to account for the real life and the possibility that the world doesn't end, and maintaining that aspect as well, which is the, you know, the incredible balance. Do I just go live off in the woods and pretend like the world already ended?
No, that's not
I know that's not what you're saying.
Yeah. To be like,
yeah, no, I mean, if you can, you definitely should be getting community. You should definitely be getting skills. You should definitely be trying to be self-sufficient.
What do you think property taxes are going to look like if
that's a good question.
Yeah, I see. That's a good question. I see them probably not pursuing that. I see them not going after common man property taxes. I don't know. It depends. It depends.
Especially if your property's fucking worthless.
It depends. It depends on what percentage of people own land and what percentage of people are renting. I think is the ultimate answer. If you have 80% of people that are renting, then I could see them jacking up property taxes and fucking people over and using force. And just those people won't get any sympathy because everybody that's renting will be like, yeah, fuck the landlords. But if you still have like half the country or more that owns property and the government starts to come after individuals' property, you're going to have enough of a resistance that they won't physically be able to do that. So I would see them like just letting that go, not enforcing that, at least during the initial turmoil time period and stuff.
I think BlackRock is trying to turn our society into a fucking renter society.
That's definitely
well. That's the problem, though. You know, that's the other thing is that, you know, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard have hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of dollars worth of unrealized losses in these properties that they've decided to leverage so hard. You know what I mean? They can't rent them, and the funny part is that most of it is commercial space. You know what I mean? You know, people, they get pissed off about the single family residentials, which they should be. You know what I mean? But you know, all of these. This is the thing that people don't understand. The biggest reason why our economy is so fucked right now is because all these big ass hedge funds and investment firms and even state governments have been investing in each other, like in a big fucking orgy circle jerk thing that they've been doing. And they've been, leveraging all these unsecured loans and stuff like this. I'm talking your mortgages, your auto loans, student loans, and then all the other little bullshit crap that they've fucking decided to roll into it, like Klarna and stuff like that, where you're, pulling out a loan for fucking Taco Bell, $20, you're gonna pay $5 a time over 4 fucking months. You know what I mean? All of this shit that they've put together, that it's all debt that they've been leveraging against each other, and that massively inflated market to look a certain way. And on top of that, we've got AI. Here's the thing, right? AI is not nearly as advanced as everyone wants to make it out to be, and people, a lot, especially investors, are starting to kind of figure that shit out, and they're going to pull out. So all of this together, we're sitting on the biggest fucking bubble the market has ever seen. Everything is so ridiculously overvalued. The price of new cars, used cars, renters, fucking mortgages, like all of this shit is horribly overvalued, and everyone can see it, right? I mean, it's like, but no one wants to be honest about it, because they know that the moment that the fucking reality comes down, it's gonna come down real hard.
Yep.
So, let's say you're in the country, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And a whole lot of people either can't get internet access on their properties, or I cut out.
You good?
So
you
they
good.
can't get internet access on their property, or they're too poor to get reliable 5G or whatever, right? Whenever they're out in town or working, like Montana, Wyoming, certain areas like that, you really can't get good internet access if you're up in the mountains or just in the middle of nowhere. What do you think economics would look like? And if you did have a farm, ranch, whatever, what do you think best options are for protecting it if it was a extended period of time of turmoil?
Yeah, I think that if and when all this goes down, the government's not going to care about those places that much, at least not at first, right? They're going to be more concerned about holding on to the centers of infrastructure and the city strongholds, and maintaining, power and control and order in those places. And so you guys are going to probably, right, basically you won't get FedCoin and they won't care about it, which means it will be hard, nigh impossible for you to purchase things, which leaves you stuck with your, self-sufficient, whatever you can do for yourselves. And yeah, in that exact example, there's not a huge uptick in risk for like security, right? It's not like society falls apart and you have like hungry people roving the countryside or anything. You definitely are going to see probably an uptick in organized crime and things of that nature, just like you do in any sort of economic struggle, right?
Yeah, cartel movement, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's pretty much the answer to my question, is that they're just, if you can't get FedCoin because you're off in the sticks so far away, they're just not even going to give a fuck about you, which means whenever you go to buy whatever it is you buy, whenever you do that, it's going to be like 10 times as much, and you won't have the means to secure it. So you'll have to figure that out.
It's going to suck for everybody around me.
Or I could see them. I could also see the government, again, not rapidly, but like creating government, like going out there and setting up satellite internet or whatever, eventually in all the small communities, if like the internet becomes a part of like a necessity utility, just like they did with telecommunication lines and stuff.
Like with all the different, what was it, AT&T bunkers that they had around the U.S.
Yeah. Xander, dogs, dude.
I don't know. I'm like 60 miles away from the closest town, so.
Nice. That's a good spot for you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I think they're going to hyperinflate the dollar. They're going to try to do Fed coin to the way they're going to hyperinflate the dollar is giving the money to the people in the hopes that that will ease the issue, right? Because what Booger Man, he dipped out of here. He just changed his shit. Anyways, what Booger Man was talking about is the problem with hyperinflation is that they print a bunch of money and then they give it to banks and organizations and stuff, which that changes the supply and demand of everything. So then the price of stuff is more money, but you don't have that money that they passed out, so you can't buy anything. So then society falls apart because you got to go do something to get food, right? But if they can direct give you the money, then the prices go up, but they go up because they gave you a bunch of money, so you can still buy at least the necessities, which prevent you from walking around with a pitchfork and torch. It still hyperinflates the shit out of everything. It still creates uncertainty. It still creates economic struggle, but most people are able to get food still. And then,
do you think that comes before or after World War III? Because we are edging towards direct conflict with China.
Yeah.
Given that
I
have
think
us by the balls with debt, they've been front loading gold and silver, AI, crypto. Everything has been necessitating those precious metals for infrastructure. So like it has to come to a head at some point.
Yeah.
And we beat them into submission and then broker a deal to wipe the slate clean.
Antimony.
Yeah.
Antimony is the biggest concern for precious metals.
Antimony?
Yeah, it's a what is it called? A nuclear or like a radioactive metal that's used in any radiological machines, night vision, radar, a bunch of stuff like that. And Russia and China control like 80% of the market. There's no mines in the U.S. They're the only mines that are the only mineral deposits that are in the U.S. are in Montana. And the only refineries that are in the world are in China. And China cut off our antimony supply like a couple of months ago. So in long-term warfare, missiles, stuff like that, flying back and forth, we wouldn't be able to recreate them without a massive stockpile of antimony that's already refined.
What is it about? Sorry. What is it about the weapon systems, like the missiles, the targeting systems, the vision, the optics,
it's
that
made,
requires antimony?
Antimony, like the devices that use antimony are night vision goggles, any radiological equipment for hospitals, like CPAP machines, stuff like that as well. Any radar guidance systems, any radar dishes that are military grade ones, the bigger ones, not like your little TV dish. Any guidance systems for missiles, the missile fin stabilizers have antimony in them. Computer chips, stuff like that.
Is there and there's no supplement, you're saying?
No,
there's nothing comes close to make it half as decent.
I'm pretty sure there's nothing. I haven't really looked super far into it. All I know is that it's used pretty much everywhere because it's the best at what it does, like conductors, and stabilize it. It's like having quartz inside a clock. There's other things that can do what a quartz does, but everybody uses quartz because it's the best and cheapest thing. But the refineries are kind of what's the problem, because they're in China.
I see.
And there's no mines in the U.S. or any U.S.
Is that one of those rare earths or whatever
Yeah,
that China's cut off?
Yeah, it's a rare earth metal. Russia and China hold like 70-80% of the market.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's some in South America, but I think the Chinese own those mines as well. If we go to war with them, I mean, we could always just go take over their mines. But
I was gonna say like they're gonna
it's
spend antimony to get antimony.
Yeah, it's
sounds like.
gonna also have a time period to set up a manufacturing facility and a processing and a refining plant. So that would not be very good. Also, like, the EPA is going to limit that. Obviously, there's wartime things that can be done to where the EPA doesn't have any control. But like in New Jersey, there's a 1 acre by 1 acre, or sorry, there's a 1 acre square plot of refined, what is it called? Slag, like steel slag that has lead in it, right? And the what are they called? The U.S. Department of Agriculture and the EPA are paying $100 million to get rid of it for a 1 acre, 100-foot tall pile of slag.
Huh.
So.
Wow.
What happens to all the slag?
They
winds up in a giant pile.
They mix it with concrete and then they put it in the road, but it has like toxic chemicals, lead, mercury, other things. So they have to get it to satisfactory levels, mix it with asphalt and concrete, and use it for building materials, or just bury it in the ground.
And then leach into your water supply.
Yeah.
Yeah. You also have to put them in UN certified bio containers, which are, you've seen the yard bags, the like 1 square yard bags, at like a construction site where they have the dirt in it, right? Or they look like HESCO barriers.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but they're UN certified. They're $400 a piece. So
you can't see it, but I'm pantomiming masturbation really hard right now.
They're $400 a piece, and they are. You have to get like 73,000 of them because it is 70 tons of. Sorry, no, it's 85 tons of material. So,
me and my boys will do it cheaper.
Look, I was thinking about buying a boat for like $4 or $5 million and shipping it all to Somalia, but even then, it would be still too expensive. So, I don't know. Lost out on that contract, but
very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, antimony. You should look into it. And if they're starting a plant in the U.S., that isn't going to get shut down again. Because they were going to start one a couple of months ago, but they decided against it.
Interesting.
Who's they?
The U.S. government and a couple of private entities.
Was it the Senate or the House that
it was
turned it
the
down or something?
It was the governor, Montana.
Oh, wow.
With a couple of different companies to mine antimony. So
You better get your thermals before China shuts us down.
Yeah, dude, I know, man. It's almost too late. I better start emailing some companies or something.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, I would imagine most people are going to be completely shocked if we have an actual existential threat as a nation. How fast and furious the American government can do things when they stop fucking around and being like bureaucratic and retarded and dragging their feet. And they're just like, we need antimony now or we're gonna die. I bet we'll have fucking 10 refineries in a mine in like a month. They'll just use all the CBs and all of the fucking engineers from all the military to be the little construction workers and pay whoever they need to pay for whatever information or tooling and fucking Bob the Builder that shit up, lickety split.
While my man was talking about antimony and the mine that was getting put up, I immediately thought of every other mine that, let's say, you could invest in, and that is being hung up for like 15 years in permitting. I bet you if they think the Army actually needs antimony, you're going to have a mine and a refinery in like a year flat.
Oh, yeah, so
what
fast.
What stock ticker do we get ahead on this?
You have to remove about 400,000 tons of material before you get to the actual antimony. Not saying it's impossible, but it would take like 8.5 months.
Sure.
Before you start mining things. So.
I mean, I'm sure it's hard. I'm just saying, like, when they stop coming up with excuses why you can't do things and start fucking solving problems, you'd be amazed at how fast we go from that takes 10 years to actually we finished it in 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at like the fixes they did for quarter shells that they did.
There's a net trouble spirit. We can't really hear you. I can't hear you.
I did not hear any of that.
You're a little modulated, but you're louder.
Give me 1 second. I'll switch to a different headset. Y'all keep going.
Word.
Okay. Well, yeah. On this currency thing, I feel like I'm kind of optimistic in the short term, but I understand that the long-term play is to basically do what you explained, where they reverse the blacklist to basically you can only use it if you're on the whitelist.
Yes.
And then before that happens, I mean, the dollar's kind of obviously going down. Everybody's interested in gold and raw, I don't know. I can only see, like, if the dollar collapses, then the value of a Bitcoin is going to go up, and then people don't really understand what's going on. Most investors they're making decisions based off of emotions, so they see the number go up and they think that the value is going up, but it's not necessarily going up. But then that makes the value actually go up because more people are buying it now.
Correct.
And
Again,
then
you're trading psychology, not value. But yeah, you're on the right path.
Yeah. And then I suspect like it will be a valuable asset to use. I still have mine because I think the value is going to go up, and I'll be able to there will be a window of time where I can anonymously send it to someone else and trade for things, whatever.
You can do that today, and
yes,
with that window will close rapidly. I would imagine like overnight. Like literally, it'll be there, and then they'll fucking pass a law and do a thing, and then it won't, and you will like read about it in the news article, and it'll already be too late. So I don't know when that comes. Also, the risk of Bitcoin is if they do get the CBDC that they would rather have, and they don't have to use Bitcoin, then at some point they're just gonna kill Bitcoin.
Yeah, they're gonna
right.
and attack all wallet or transactions on the blockchain.
They'll just shut down the ability to enter and exit the market. If you want to have cryptocurrencies, that's fine. Enjoy your cryptocurrencies. If you want to buy groceries, however, you will need FedCoin, and you can't fucking go from one to the other.
Yeah. Well, with digital ID, they can do that anyway.
Exactly.
Well, they would have to insulate to their own FedCoin, because all enemy countries are also tied into Bitcoin purchases.
Yeah.
So if enemy countries rug pull, it would preemptively fuck our shit. So we have to isolate prior.
They would make anything other than secretly holding Bitcoin on a cold storage wallet like treason, like as if you are a fucking Chinese double agent.
Shit, I'm gonna just trade people in 5 gallons of buckets of honey.
That's dope. I am a raw honey enjoyer. Yeah,
but yeah, that's an interest in Bitcoin. In the short term, or even possibly like mid to long term, whatever. I think number is going to go up. That probably especially if you learn a little bit about market cycles and stuff, and be kind of wise at your entering and your exiting of the market. Bitcoin probably is the best, perhaps the only play that actually is gonna like pretty surely guarantee you good net positives. I guess the stock like the S&P 500 go up too, but that one like really fucking scares me. I feel like just any day now that's gonna go down big. I know I've been thinking that for years and years and years, but I think that day will come eventually.
Yes.
Is this
Well,
the part of the
certainly with
stream
the
where we interlude
debt.
Phil doing a silver commercial?
Silver commercial.
People always say that whenever I talk
Uh.
about the stock market. It's funny. Every doomsdayer is like, buy gold. Gold's a good way to preserve your value.
Well, my solution, at least in buying silver, is so that I can pay my ranch hands.
Sure.
While at least they can feel they have
Tangible value or something.
Yeah, tangible value.
I get what you're saying.
Have you guys ever heard of gold backs?
I don't know what that is.
Goldbacks, the gold, all that shit. If you're buying gold and silver, you should just buy it like in physical bullion and the largest quantities that you can at a time. Anytime, especially anytime either of them, you start divvying it up. The smaller the denomination and the more eclectic or whatever, the more you're paying just for nothing.
Yeah, it's a premium.
Yeah, so those goldbacks are super expensive for what they are. I mean, even
I hate goldbacks.
Yeah, goldbacks. Gold you want to buy at least a half ounce at a time, or else you're paying a bunch of premiums just like silver.
Well, so silver, like what I buy silver quarters, or go get $60,000 in quarters from a couple of.
Yeah, it would be harder with silver because you're not gonna pay somebody a gold coin for like a a cup of sugar or something like that.
Give somebody a gold coin for a prize bull.
Yeah.
Hey, 3 1-ounce silver coins can pay me for a massage.
That's pretty dope.
Okay.
But I don't know if like we're supposed to be on the topic of currency right now, but I was wondering what everybody thought about, bringing in the National Guard into cities and stuff like that. And, I mean, my thought process on it is, it might fix the situation for the time being, but, unless they really just don't intend on leaving, then, the crime would just come back.
Yeah, it's creepy. It's not going to accomplish anything.
Yeah,
that was brought up earlier, and then GWOT showed us a glimpse into his magic orb, and we saw the grand scale scheme.
Yeah,
I came in late. My bad.
Yeah, no, you're good, brother.
No, it's good. It's good.
I think they want. I'll try to condense it right. They want it. They want a civil war. It's the only way that they're going to be able to get the West to break is if we break ourselves. So they've been doing all of this, for way back when. You get Obama in, he makes everyone racist, and you rile the populace up with Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, and then you shit all over them to make them pissed off, and then you fuck their economy up, and then you put Biden in to make everything terrible and horrible and so shitty that you need an authoritarian answer. Then you let Trump come back in, he gives you the authoritarian answer, and then they want a conflict. So specifically, the National Guard troops, right? What you're seeing is the federal government forcibly gaining power over state and cities, which is not a good thing in general. And then they're doing that whole thing where like you sticking their face out, hoping they get hit to justify the start of a fight, right? So they're going to all these. Where's Antifa at that they protest every day and they get all pissed off? Great, let's go station National Guard troops right there next to Antifa that's all pissed off every single day. Well, it's only a matter of time before all it takes is one Antifa dude to get a little fucking too hot to trot, and he, throws a Molotov cocktail at a tank, shoots a National Guard guy, drives his SUV into a checkpoint and runs the National Guard dude over, whatever, right? And then now we've got, just because that one thing happened, because you put the National Guard there where you know there was going to be a problem, now we have reason to do a whole nationwide sweep of whatever the fuck, which is then going to elicit an even larger response. So that's what I think is going on.
I smell a false flag.
Well, I agree that's like a plausible thing, but my biggest worry, even more than like a civil war, is them using it to, along with like digital ID and AI surveillance and facial recognition and stuff, to where they got National Guard in cities. They have digital ID. It's like China with the, if you say something, you're not going to be able to even go into like a Walmart or something, and you got the National Guard on the streets.
Yeah,
To,
that's
everybody in line.
the end goal, right? They want to take as much power as they can get. This is a power grab. They've created an issue. The government created an issue of making cities fucked up, and so now the government is solving that government created issue with a bunch of more government.
You're asking the government to fix the problem they created.
Well, they're also, I'm convinced that they are exceptionally brazen past like 2011, because whatever, things happened before I was born where it was completely unacceptable. I mean, are we still on the
We are still.
Maybe I shouldn't say it like that. There were blatant disrespects to the Fourth Amendment, and nobody really did anything. So they're like, "Great, let's just we can do this for whatever we want." And I don't see them. They are simultaneously afraid and brazen. I don't know. It's really weird. It's like, okay, if they get the CBCD online, I said that wrong. And if they get the Palantir running, and if they move enough pieces into checkmate position, they think they can get to a point where it's too late for everyone else who is not a fan. And it's like,
and maybe
probably
like
40% of the population that they're worried about, because probably about 60% of the population is just urbanized and completely clueless of everything that's happening. I don't know.
Yeah.
Then there's 40. Yeah.
I think that they're running out of time, and I don't really know why, because I'm not in the Illuminati or whatever, despite my heritage. But they seem to be running out of time. Like, they were trying to boil the frog slowly, and now they're like, we got to turn the heat up, and the frog is becoming aware of it, but they have no choice. They're just like, we have to. If the frog is going to be done for dinner, we got to turn the heat up. So yeah, they're inching us to this thing, which is I think why they've transitioned from, because for 100 years, they were boiling the frog so slow and getting marginal success, and nobody even noticed, right? That's the issue. Right. That's what everybody's pissed off at the boomers about, is being the frog that didn't notice he was getting boiled. Right? We all born into this pan that's hot as fuck, and we're like, motherfucker, the heat's been on for 100 years. What the hell have you been doing? How come you didn't get out of the goddamn pot?
Yeah.
But right. So my point is, they seemingly had been as if they had unlimited time, and they were just like, take your time, poison them, control them, manipulate them by teaching them at school, manipulate them by controlling their media, all this stuff. Right. I don't have to go down all the rabbit holes.
No, I know what you mean.
And it was having a quantifiable effect, and like theoretically, I think if they were able to push that for another 200 or 300 years, they might even get their desired result. But for some reason, they decided, right around that time, 2008, 2012, 2010, whatever it was, right around there, that like basically time's up. We now have X amount of years, 20 years, 50 years to implement our finalized plan. So we have to, instead of slowly boiling the frog bit by bit as much as he'll let us, now we have to switch over to backwards planning. And it also seemed, because of that, they were like, the calculation was the frog's not going to be done in time. The frog's going to become awake. So rather than slowly boiling him, we're going to have to do the Civil War thing, which is going to jump road, right? If we can't lull him into submission generation by generation for 300 years, then we have to do a big domestic war that gets them to no longer have the willpower or the manpower or the fighting power to resist us when we do what we want.
Yeah.
So,
you
so how do you think?
You don't know why they think they have like a time constraint.
Yeah, I could take some guesses. I could, if I was going to be super anti-Jew. I'll get back to you in a second here, Zeke. Right? If I was going to be super anti-Jew, this is just like. This next thing I'm about to say is just a fact. They have the red heifers in America, which is also why they're turning Gaza into Zaza, because they need to literally level that place so they can rebuild the temple for a third time, so they can kill these heifers.
They shipped the red heifers to Israel.
Well, there you go. Case in point. Even further down the line, I'm not up to the day to day. The point is, they have the red heifers. They've fucking genocided Gaza. They're probably about to here pretty soon start rebuilding the third temple, and I am prescribing to the fact that the Zionist Jews do seem to have a hold on most things. I think they either are the tip of the spear or they're heavily integrated into the tip of the spear of the Illuminati or whatever you want to call it, right? And so there seems to be something along those lines. They realize, like, our huge ritual we're going to do that ends the world or whatever, time is up, here it comes, we got to get everyone and everything in order for it, whether they like it or not, ready, set, go. So I would imagine it has something to do with that if I was going to go with that angle. Who was going to ask a question? Go ahead.
No, I was just like, the burning question is like, what is the impetus? What sparked the fire that lit up under their asses and made them accelerate? Like, if I had to guess, it might be the internet.
I mean,
the age of information. All these young. Anyway, go. What do you guys
There's
think?
numerology.
Yes, that's what I was about to say.
Numerology that they subscribe heavily to, and the turning point, the year of the the Israeli calendar, is the year of strife or like change, that we're headed into. That like literally last Sukkot, which Sukkot and it's the staying in the booths, right? Whenever you memorize the Jews going out from Israel and they had to sleep in tents and stuff like that, right? So they had Sukkot, and then Sukkot was the end year, or no, the start year for the Jewish calendar. And it resets everything. And this recent Sukkot was for the start of like the age of strife.
Yeah, I think that even if it's not like, even if all of our details are wrong, I think that's basically what it is. Basically, whoever's at top, they understand mysticism, the occult, esoterics, whatever you want to call it, right? And so they, like I was saying earlier, like they know that it's going to be like this vibe for this long, and then the vibe's going to change to be like this, and then it's going to change to be like that. And so like they know roughly when things are going to shift and how they're going to shift. And so they're looking at that and they're saying, time's up. The day of whatever approaches quickly, so we have X amount of years to make this happen. We can no longer slowly boil the frog.
So do you think there's a way that out of it, like out of their game, or do you think that we're going to have to choose sides and fight?
Yeah, I think so what I think the super zoomed out, not looking at mysticism from a Jewish point, but we are transitioning or have transitioned into the age of Aquarius, out of the age of Pisces. So Pisces, it's like whole vibe is mystery, hidden, what is truth is not revealed, two-faced. Well, I guess not. It wouldn't necessarily be two-faced, but that's kind of along the vibes of the right. It's mysterious, hidden truth. It's Pisces.
Yeah, I've been down the rabbit hole of the occult.
Yeah, Aquarius is he's what I say is Aquarius is like the mad scientist. It's air science, hyper intellectual. It's like raw data, raw truth, in all of its open complexity. So they're greater. Aquarius and Pisces are greater than these two words, but if I was to sum them up, at least as it pertains to this context, Pisces is hidden and mysterious, and Aquarius is facts and truth that's known. So we're going out of an age of everything is hidden into an age of everything is known. Now, not that I'm going to be hyperbolic here, not that I believe all this, but basically what I'm saying is we're gonna figure everything out, which we're living through that right now. Everybody is slowly, day by day, figuring everything out. The end result of that is either going to be we found out that we're ruled by lizard reptilian people and we overthrow them and usher in like individuality and freedom, or also possible the lizard people take their masks off and they're like, guess what, bitch, you're my slave. Go in the fucking gold mines and get me gold. And we're like, man, it really sucks that the lizard people made us go to the gold mines today to be their slave. Like, we know it's the truth, but we're still stuck in the shitty end of it, right? So Aquarius isn't the vibe of knowing doesn't come with it liberation, but liberation is possible once you become aware. So
I prescribe to the fact, at least in biblical context,
Right back.
or like it will be under the days of Noah, right, with the men of great renown and the Nephilim running around.
Sure.
I can't wait to go fight a fucking giant.
That'd be pretty rad for sure. I get down on some fantasy, no doubt about it.
No, but I don't know. Do you think the genetic modifications that they've been doing with the dire wolves, and they're making like a rhino woolly mammoth, or a rhino, like a woolly rhino,
sure,
and a bunch of other things, you think they're going to do like genetic manipulation if they haven't already with humans, or no?
I don't know, because I don't know. I'm very interested. I want to know if you can clone a person. I would know.
I mean, you can.
So much, yeah. But,
they cloned
a
sheep.
Sure, but can you clone a person? Is what I want to know. I don't have the answer.
I mean,
and
would a clone have a soul? Is
exactly,
that what
yes. Or, and if it's a non-soulless thing, does it animate? And if it animates, does it have consciousness? And if it doesn't have consciousness but it animates, what is that like? Or do you just make the clump of cells? Or do you make the clump of cells and they're there? It's a person. All the cells are there, but it has no soul, so it doesn't turn on. I don't know.
You don't necessarily have to clone something, but you can use CRISPR technologies to manipulate the genome and select how your baby's going to be developed.
Sure, that sounds like a possible thing in both physical and spirituality to me.
I think it's going to be more of machine. Like it's going to be kind of like iRobot style thing, more than like a man beast type deal.
Yeah, we could definitely go cyborg. Elon Musk is pushing that for sure. We'll see what happens.
Bernie Sanders.
Crazy.
Would you prefer cyborg over gene manipulation?
I would prefer gene manipulation.
I'm probably just gonna ride this one out all natural, no matter what happens. I think.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying like apocalypse. You have to live in. Would you rather cyborg? Like basically it would be Cyberpunk or Terminator, or you can get like gene manipulation.
Oh my goodness!
Listen,
I don't know. Go for it,
I
Phil.
might do it.
The problem is, like, I've played the Cyberpunk games with all the neural implants that sound really cool. It's just that in this, in your fictional little game, there are no nefarious plots to encode programs in them, and you actually have autonomy over yourself.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go CRISPR.
And that's completely false. Yeah, I don't know, but
I think he's talking about more like a robot, or
yeah, I got you.
Like
you
I mean, like, to me, it's harder to kill a robot than like a 400-pound or
sure
1,000-pound.
I don't want my arm or my brain or my spinal cord getting hacked or malfunctioning or being glitchy.
Yeah, there's no way I would take like a chip or anything like that.
I'm just saying, whatever it is, right? You give me a cyborg arm, and then it runs out of oil, so it's rusted shut, and then I'm stuck because my 400-pound arm won't have hydraulics that get it up off the ground, or my brain gets hiked, or whatever. What's up? Go for it.
I think what he was talking about is like, would you rather try to survive against like a cyberpunk universe, or like a universe where people are morphed with like rhinoceroses or apes or something like that, or grizzly bear.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to know the details. It's hard to tell. How exploitable how exploitable is the technology, and how great are the gene gains of the people? Would be my question, right? Because if I can like fashion an EMP bomb and then it makes everybody's cybernetics fail, then that could be almost even like an advantageous thing for me to utilize.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but there's also like, David killed Goliath with a rock. I'm pretty sure a 45 is going to do the same thing.
Sure.
But it's time to fix bayonets.
I mean, those are both really potentially dark premises. I don't know. the CRISPR thing is sort of bringing up like the Brave New World vibes. I don't know. In that, I haven't read that book yet, but it's on my list. And the end game goal is to edit the genes of the population so that they're not very masculine. They're not very how do I say it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
They're gonna just
good slaves.
Do what they're told. Yes, yes. So,
Yeah, he'll just become the movie Elysium.
and then
The elite.
and then the other
special.
right, and then the other concern with the neural implants is just taking away your autonomy and they hijack you.
I don't have to worry about it going that far because I wouldn't, they would just have to kill me. But my question is like, there any way we could stop the Civil War from happening, or from are we gonna have to choose sides? Are we gonna be forced to pretty much choose sides and fight it out?
It really seems like we're going to be forced to choose sides. The powers that be seem to be pushing for it, in my perspective. So basically, the only way we get away with it is if somehow the most unreliable and most unstable and people that care the least do the right thing over and over and over again. Right? It only takes one person to fuck up one time to give the government an excuse to go hot everywhere. And so the way you avoid that is by everybody not fucking up ever anywhere. So I don't put a lot of chips in that basket personally, but I mean we'll see what happens.
I think the Amish were right. Technology is evil.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely I fully understand where you're coming from and have those feelings a lot myself. I think our implementation of technology is probably what's evil. I think that there's no reason we couldn't have Amish societies, but also have Wi-Fi still and antibiotics. If we had that culture, we could do that. There's nothing that physically prevents you from being that way.
I think we should have stopped by 1950, 1960 technology. It was just enough to keep everybody alive and comfortable.
My counter argument is basically all peoples of all time have felt that way. That things, the generation just before them were right, but this generation is really, these new innovations have really fucking fucked shit up. Probably since we figured out farming. I bet the hunter-gatherers, and to be fair, they have a leg to stand on. We're like, I don't know about all these seeds. Maybe we just keep following the herds.
Yeah, you may be right about that.
Chinese guy on YouTube said we actually domesticated us. So,
yeah, that is a good point. That
yeah,
I think
hunter-gatherers are right.
Hunter-gatherers are right, and having lived having tricked my brain to the point where it didn't know the difference, and I was pseudo living that way. That is absolutely the happiest you'll ever be, living out of a bag, having nothing, with your war tribe, just living day to day, meal to meal, fight to fight. It's like, dude, having a house and paying bills and vacuuming the floor is fucking exuberantly gay. So fucking gay.
They yearn for the goon squad.
It's just the truth. Like your comfort level is trash. You're in pain constantly, hungry, hot, cold, but you're very happy. So I don't know. That's just the way it is. That's reality. That's the way our brains work.
You think they're going to try and make a Tower of Babel too?
Tower of Babel. What do you think the first Tower of Babel was?
Shit, I don't know. It was probably like Burj Khalifa, except a little bit taller. I don't know.
Well, yeah. So you believe that the biblical, what it says in the scripture, that it was just like a monument for everyone to be able to find and not get lost.
I don't know. I think description of it may have been a little different, right? The Tower of Babel, the first one, was to spite God, pretty much. He's like, we're all going to be together and we're going to build up into the heavens in spite God. Hell, maybe the Tower of Babel had a bunch of technology like we have nowadays. I don't think it was probably just a couple of little rocks, because the Egyptians didn't get smited for building pyramids, You know, it does say like
the tower.
like,
The
there's nothing
scripture
to-
literally says. I'll pull it up for you here in just a second. The scripture literally says that its purpose was for people to not get lost. Right. Genesis 11. Here, I'm going to put it on stream. Oh, maybe I'll put it on stream. Yeah. Genesis 11, 1 through 9. Now, this is the NIV, New International Version. Now the whole world had one language, a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. Okay, so we're like starting to just kind of spread out, settle in multiple places. They said to each other, "Come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. Then use bricks instead of stone and tar for mortar." They said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." So I guess you could say they were being prideful, right? Also, this word heavens, I just did a deep dive on this pretty recently. This definitely in the original Hebrew language has the word that they translate to heavens. It does mean the physical sky, but it also has a huge like metaphysical, esoteric meaning to it too, like the different multiple planes that God resides in and stuff like that. In fact, it's plural. It's a plural word. It like when when Hebrews in Hebrew say sky, they're saying skies, as in multiple skies, not just the one physical one. But I think my argument is that they don't have a word that just means physical skies. So though you would make the argument based on this with a tower that reaches to the heavens that they were trying to reach the plane of God, I think they just meant that it goes high into the sky, because then they signify down here, otherwise we'll be scattered over the face of the whole earth. So they wanted to make a pillar that no matter where all of the people were, they could look around and be like, oh, there's the pillar, there's the main, there's the people city, we can go back to the main people city and never get lost, was their idea. And God said, the Lord came down to the city and the tower the people were building, came down to see the city and the tower the people were building, and the Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other." So God said, if we can all talk to each other, nothing is impossible. So let me go make sure that they can't talk to each other, so that things are impossible for them to do. Thanks, Yahweh. You a real one. That's the Tower of Babel in the Bible. So, so I don't know. I don't think we're going to build another tower to try and make sure no one gets lost. I think we're well past that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I was reading it as you brought that up. I haven't read Genesis in a while.
I'll just let the cat out of the bag publicly. I'm a bit Gnostic in my interpretation of reality. I just read the Bible, especially Genesis, at what it says, like that story, and I'm kind of like, ugh.
So I mean, if we have satellite technology,
Uh-huh.
you think God would intervene in the fact of, oh, we can't get lost anymore, or is it's the fact that we're all broken up into different people groups instead of one giant nation?
Yeah, he wants. I think Yahweh is not Big G God, and he is not our friend, and he wanted us to. I mean, he literally said, all these motherfuckers can talk to each other. That means they can do anything. I don't like that. Now they all speak different languages, so they cannot work together, which now will make it hard for them to accomplish large tasks.
So you think Yahweh is different than the Father or O Father New Testament?
Yeah, I don't actually willing to die for it believe anything. I'm aware of a lot of stuff, but I think that the Gnostic interpretation of the Old Testament, and with us the New Testament as well, is more in line with reality than modern Protestant Christianity.
I shouldn't have just randomly said that. Like, is the perspective that, like, from
Yahweh's point of view, he thinks that the people are less capable of combining powers to achieve greater tasks. Like,
right.
we can't do asteroid mining or something because we have different groups.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible, well, I guess we'll just talk about Gnosticism now, which is fine. Welcome to GWOT's Wizard Hour. Genesis, Yahweh himself, specifically the Tower of Babel and at the Garden are two big ones, but he does mention it even more than that. He basically says we can become him. We have the capacity to become gods. I don't know if he ever literally spells it out, but he says that we can do anything. Nothing will be impossible for us here. And let me see. Let me pull up. Kicked out of Garden of Eden. He says literally. So there's two trees that we can't eat from: the tree of knowledge, and the tree of life. And so we ate from the tree of knowledge, which gave us consciousness and complex awareness. And then if we ate from the tree of life, we would have immortality as well, which would put us on par with Yahweh, and he didn't like that, which was why he kicked us out of the garden. Literally right here, Genesis 3:22 through 24. Then the Lord God said, "Now these human beings have become like one of us, and have knowledge of what is good and what is bad. They must not be allowed to take the fruit from the tree that gives life. Eat it and live forever." So, because of that, the Lord God sent them out of the Garden of Eden and made them cultivate the soil which they had been formed. So God said, don't eat from these two trees, because then you'll become like me, and I don't want a friend, I want a slave. And then we ate from one of the two trees, and he said, oh, we're getting fucking close here. Get the hell out of my garden. Says the Bible.
God's an asshole.
Says the Bible. I didn't add anything, I just read the scripture.
I was just curious because I found that fascinating. If that's the Old Testament, that's really what they're saying. They're like, God's like, well, fuck you guys, do your stuff on your own. You can't be like me. That's crazy.
Yep.
But
and then,
that's what it says.
And then if you keep thinking of that line, the third thing that isn't outlined in the Bible, because it's contextualized beyond just Christianity, is that then this Yahweh fellow goes and makes the three most predominant religions, being Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and then has those three religions not like be cousins and friends and help the whole world, but no, fight wars against each other for forever. Just endless bloodshed in the name of him.
I mean, where do you get the he creates Muslim?
I mean, Muhammad says that the angel, I think of Gabriel, right, came to him and gave him all this information.
Says an angel of light, which Lucifer is considered an angel of light. He was the Lucifer, the morning star. So,
yeah, Christians like to use this Lucifer reference, even though that's not like overly biblical. Like what's biblical is Satan. Is the term that's used in the Bible is Satan, which is
the term that's used is Nahasatan.
Right, which stands for adversary.
Yeah.
Which then people with theology outside of the scripture. Say again.
I was going to say Genesis 3:3 says there's only one tree that you should not eat from.
So may I chime in on this a little?
Yeah, go for it, please. Of course. Yeah, we hear you.
So now there's a couple of things that I wanted to touch up on, and and I'm not saying I'm right. This is just kind of like my perspective of where I'm at and my understanding right now. So whenever he says like he doesn't want us to eat from the tree, the knowledge of good and evil, that is because we are, from my understanding, again, created beings, right? So God, on the other hand, he knows everything, so he knows all good and evil. However, he cannot physically exist with evil, so therefore he cannot partake of evil. Men, on the other hand, we are different. We have flesh and blood. Well, at the time we were walking with him as well. So, but we can partake of evil. So the fact that we took the fact that we took the knowledge and we are like children playing with fire, right? We couldn't really control it or anything like that. So the fact that he didn't want us to eat from the tree of life would be because we would be stuck in that state. We would be stuck in a state to where we are in a state of sin. Sin cannot be coexist with God, and he did not want us to be forever cut off away from him. So that is the reason why he took away the tree of life. For as far as the Babel thing, you are completely right on this one. So he did, from at least from my understanding, I'm very analytical the way I look at stuff too. So from my understanding, he saw that men were able to come and do amazing things, like by today's standards, right? Just come in, no war. We put our mind to, put all of our mind resources and everything like that. We can do amazing things, and there's nothing that we can't accomplish. And whenever men have that kind of mindset, we do not look to rekindle our relationship with God. Right? So we got to look at this not from necessarily our perspective, but from God's perspective. If He created us, if His entire purpose for creating us in the first place was to be with us, was to commune with us and stuff like that. So if His entire purpose is to get back to that relationship, and He sees that, hey, if men can do everything like that, we will never get back to our relationship. That is his purpose. His purpose is like a loving relationship. Now, does that sound a little bit overbearing? I can give you that one. And I don't necessarily know if any of that is like 100% true. That's kind of like where I'm going.
Yeah, I think
the perspective I've got.
you're using the Christian lynch, and you're saying the things that I would agree with, but you're putting it through a nice term, and you're like putting yourself. What you're doing is you're putting yourself in God's psychology, and then explaining his, like, as if you're. I know you're not saying I'm God, but you didn't. Just in case you didn't realize, what you're doing is you're explaining his reasoning, his perspective for these things. Basically, what you're saying is God the Father wants to keep us the little kid. He's like, you're a little kid, stay a little kid, just be a fucking little kid and I'll be your dad. Except the reality is that we grow up and we're not little children, and we have the ability to physically and spiritually grow up. And like he literally, even Yahweh himself says it. So if Yahweh never lies, then he himself has admitted that we have all of this potential. Like why is it a suppressive relationship and not a developing relationship? How come Yahweh isn't teaching us how to develop into masterful gods like him? How come he is just like smacking us and suppressing us and keeping us down at every turn, it would seem. Yeah, that's what I have to say. I mean, you were right. I went back and thumbed through. I don't know if it's a translation thing, but both when Yahweh is explaining the garden and then when the snake is talking to the woman, they both say that there's only one tree they can't eat from. But yet, when he kicks us out later down here in verse 3, he says that it's we can't eat from that other tree as well, else we'll be like him.
Yeah,
right?
can I
Go for
explain
it.
that?
Yep.
Can I explain that?
Go for it.
So the reason why it's not God's keeping us down as like little kids or suppressing us. He gave us a choice that to follow him and to love him. So he didn't want to he could have programmed us to be perfect like a robot, but then we would be nothing but slaves and be forced to do his will. So he wanted a relationship with us. So he gave us the free will to eat from the tree or not to. And we chose to eat from the tree, and the wages of sin is death. And that's why we couldn't eat from the tree of life and we got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. And that's why we needed Jesus to come and die on the cross, because nobody's works are good enough to get you into heaven. And once you get into heaven, then you'll become gods, like not gods, but you'll have what Jesus has and God has, like his supernatural powers and stuff like that.
Well, what I think GWOT is saying is that, like, from his perspective and from the way it sounds, like as it's written, is that we have the potential to become gods. And
No,
I don't
that
think
was the
that's
serpent.
necessary.
That was Satan that told us that. That was the lie.
It's
Alex
Yahweh.
took
Yahweh
Alex
says
by
it.
to
Yahweh
not
says
will.
it right here. Genesis 3, verse 22. This is Yahweh speaking. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also the tree of life and eat, and live forever. Therefore, the God sent him forth. So he's saying, they got consciousness. We were, they didn't outline it this way, but it's basically all but saying we were like an animal, that we were just like frolicking around the garden, eating from whatever, not realizing what was good and bad, just existing in perfect nature. And then we ate this tree, and it didn't say these words, but basically it's saying got consciousness, became aware, had complex internal dialogue and thought about all these things, right? Like God, became like God, not like a beast. And now the piece that we're missing is the ability to live for eternity and stack all these skills and thoughts that we can gain over an extended period of time. So he had to not align this. I mean, I'm just reading the scripture.
Sure.
And it's fine. It's fine. You guys can. I'm not even trying like this. I always get to this point. I almost don't even want to talk about it anymore because I don't even like want to take anybody's faith or like poop on anybody's religion. But the bottom line is this: is that what you guys are doing, if you really be honest with yourself, is I'm reading the scripture. I'm just reading the scripture and being like, well, this is what it says. Maybe I kind of add some more perspective, add some words that it's kind of leaving out. But I'm not doing any mental gymnastics. I'm just saying God said that we were like him, and then if we eat from the life, we'll have ever life, so we can't do that, kick them out. Then you guys take that, you say, oh, no, and you do all these mental gymnastics. Actually, it's like this other thing, and it's like this thing that's not even in the Bible, and it's like this thing from way over here. I'm like, sure, yeah, we can play mental gymnastics and make almost anything sound reasonable, depending on the perspective and all this other stuff. But the plain English interpretation is what I'm saying, is the interpretation that I hold. And then based on
if you can reword.
Go for
it. I was just going to say, I mean, if you can reword stuff slightly just to kind of make it more, make it more digestible for people or for yourself or whoever, I wouldn't say necessarily some people doing the same thing is mental gymnastics, right? So you say like God, and you're right, you're reading straight from the Bible. You say like God. Well, like God and being God is completely different, right? So being like, we all have aspects to God. Like even it says that in the Bible, we have spirit, soul, stuff like that. So being like God isn't saying that we have the potential to become God.
Sure.
And basically what I'm just boiling it down to is the fact that even though we can gain certain aspects of God, certain knowledge, maybe even eternal life, if we would have eaten from that tree, we would have never become God itself, and we would always be stuck in a state of flawlessness. And in flaws. We would be stuck in a state of having flaws. And that is something that he did not want. Now, that's basically the kind of way I look at it.
Yeah, I think your explanation is one of the better ones that I've ever heard, and I can't like prove that for certainty, right? Because this verse here, it says, I say like because it says become as one of us. That's where I'm taking those words and changing it to the more modern vernacular of like.
Sure.
Right. But yeah, right. You are correct. He's not saying, and then he doesn't specifically outline, and then man will become my equal. You're right. He doesn't specifically say that, but he does say that we have already become as one of us, meaning you would assume that he's talking about the Holy Trinity right there. And then again, he doesn't specifically spell it out, but he says, oh, if we let them eat from the tree of life, then they will live forever. He ends it there. It doesn't say just like me. But right. So I'm reading that and I'm hearing he has already become a lot like us. If he eats this other tree, he will become even more like us. Immediate stop. I don't want peers. I don't want equals. I want people below me. You're reading this, and then you're adding in the whole salvation story and all that, which I get it is part of it, right? This isn't a vacuum. We're talking about the religion. And you're saying that he has to stop us from having eternal life in an imperfect state, so that we have to die and then be reborn in the perfect state where we then can have eternity with him. And I can't disprove that based on scripture. You go ahead and go, brother. What you got for me?
So, what was the first thing that happened when they ate from the tree of knowledge and good and evil?
It specifically says they became aware that they were naked and they went and tried to clothe themselves.
Right. So the first thing they had was shame. So if they did something good and became like God, God doesn't have shame. So they didn't become like God by eating from the tree because they knew good and evil, but it wasn't that they were doing anything right or becoming like God. They just knew what they knew what sin was because they disobeyed God.
Why can't God have shame?
Because God's perfect.
Where does it say that?
I can
because it
look
talks.
it up.
It doesn't. The Omni. You're not going to find it in the Bible. Please go for it. Attempt to find it, and if you do find it, share it with me. The whole idea of Omni God isn't even from Christianity, from the original thought, from the thought of Jews or people of that time period. It's a thought process of medieval monks that they came up with. They thought, if God is if Yahweh is what we say he is, then he also has to be the omni God and the perfect God and all these things. But the Bible actually does not specifically say shame, so that's another fair point that I can't specifically point to that exact thing. But God regularly displays many other attributes that we would readily say are negative attributes, and he has them: jealousy, anger, frustration. I can't pull up the verse for you, and I need to find it and remember it. But there are multiple verses in Genesis where Yahweh straight up admits to not knowing things. At one point, I think it was Abraham or Moses tells him that some people are sacrificing children, and Yahweh literally says, oh, I wasn't aware of that. Okay, well, there you go. Either he's a liar or he doesn't know everything. So either one, the omni God is out. Or this scripture's fucked up, and then the Bible can't be perfect.
Can I give you some verses?
Yeah, it's here.
So, 1 Peter 2:22, he committeth no sin, neither was deceit found in his mouth. You know that 1 John 3:5, you know that he appeared in order to take away sins, and in him there is no sin. Hebrews 4:15, for we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we are, yet without sin. 2 Corinthians 5:21, for our sake he made him to be sin who knew no sin. So that means he made Jesus to have no sin, and God had no sin. So that in him we might become the righteousness of God. So through Jesus we become God, the righteousness of God.
I'm going to fast track you. Hebrews is Old Testament, right? Or is that New Testament as well?
New Testament.
Okay, so all this in my perspective is we're talking about different people. This isn't talking about Yahweh.
Well, he's talking about. I mean, you're reading the first chapter and saying, okay, well then I know the whole book,
No, I've read the whole book multiple times.
That's not what. Yeah, that's not what he was saying at all. He was saying that what we say, he's saying there's no place in the Bible where the word God is perfect.
You're not going to see God is perfect or God is omnipresent.
Now, what you will
without sin means perfect.
Well,
no,
that's up for argument, first of all, and secondly, these are New Testament things, and it's fair. You just don't know, and that's okay. I'm happy we're talking about this. Gnosticism thinks that Jesus did come here from big G, God, singularity, from a more mystic perspective, but we can put all that to the side. I agree, yes. Mm-hmm. The thing that I would agree with is omni God did send Jesus. It is perfect. He is here to save us. Yes. That is not the God of Abraham, who is angry and jealous and confused and suppresses humanity.
Okay, so Isaiah 59:2, but in your iniquities have made a separation between you and your God, and your sins have hidden his face from you so that he does not hear. That's what I'm talking about, is why we fail to be like God.
I'll give it. I'll give GWOT this one. Like it does, like if you read it from, let's say, like a non-Christian perspective, it does very much seem like Old Testament God and New Testament God are like a 180.
And this
Almost.
was most people that called themselves Christian right at the time of Christ and immediately after the time of the Christ held this belief, and it was after the Constantine converted and they had the Council of Nicaea and they decided on the version of Christianity that incorporated more kindly the Old Testament and stuff like that, and then they went out and physically eradicated and genocided all the Gnostic sects, and then wrote a bunch of fucking slander about them, and now we have postmodern Christianity. But yeah, so my point is, all this, your Isaiah verse doesn't have anything to do with God being perfect. It just says you disobeyed him, so that's why you can't get close to him. He said do these things, you didn't do them, now you're not close to him anymore. He could have told us to kill all of our children, and then because we didn't sacrifice our children, now we're not close to that God anymore. It doesn't mean that killing all of your children was a good thing. It just means that's the thing that God wanted you to do. And then again, all of your New Testament stuff, like I'm just going to agree with you. Yes, that's Jesus talking about the actual omni singularity big G God that we do need to get back to and ascend to and all that stuff.
Just a quick question, because I find. Oh, go ahead.
Deuteronomy says, "The rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness without iniquity."
Deuteronomy what?
Sorry, it was Deuteronomy 32:4.
Oh, 32:4. Come on.
What's the overall context? I know nothing of Christianity, you know, the way you guys are talking about. So what is the overall context of this book that you're taking a little snippet from?
What book?
Well, he's saying that God wasn't perfect, is not perfect.
It's bigger than that.
He's saying the Bible doesn't say God is perfect. Pretty much, he's arguing for the occult, like the occultist view of, like, you know,
yeah, absolutely.
that Satan was really the one that was the enlightener.
Yeah, I would say like Lucifer and Jesus work together. Along those lines, yeah, you're not crazy. You are not crazy. You're right. I wouldn't agree with every detail you've said, but yeah, you're on the right plane. That is what I think. That is what I do. That is how I feel. Correct. He is the rock. His works are perfect. Okay, so his works are perfect. I give it to you. It literally says the word perfect is talking about him. This is good points into your argument.
But whoever wrote that, is that what he's saying? Perfection? Is he in defense of God, or is that God speaking for himself?
This is somebody writing it, not God himself. A faithful God who does no wrong, upright and just he is. Yeah, who wrote Deuteronomy?
So if this person writing it is speaking in defense of God, that doesn't mean it's an absolute.
Yeah, so I mean, so really, then the whole thing you can just, you know, keep on saying, well, you know, man wrote that, and, you know, we'll read man wrote everything. Not, you know, the next verse
spoke of the New Testament being a 180 of the Old Testament and being like them cooking the books for a specific image. So that is man creating the image of what they want to project upon the world.
No, what Jesus Christ came because we would not. It's the whole thing. What's going on now is like we were doomed to kill ourselves off. We are doomed to destroy ourselves. So he came and paid the sacrifice. So we wouldn't. We could choose again. We could choose to love him and follow God, and you know,
sure,
you have the free will.
No, that's right. But I mean, if you want to try to, and I believe you're a fellow believer in Christ, but if you're going to try to make sense of this, you have to come at it from a perspective of not. Basically, you have to give them a little bit of ground and then prove their ground wrong, right? Well, so I mean, you can't come in and saying like you can't come in and say like Jesus was a perfect being. He died and gave us a
right. But I'm pretty Deuteronomy. Like I said, Deuteronomy says that, you know, his words are perfect. He is just. He is, you know, righteous. I mean, those are synonyms for, you know, being a perfect person.
Excellent. Yeah, no, excellent point. And to God, what we
their
we
argument,
also
was, well, who wrote that? You know. So if
no,
we're going
for
to
sure.
argue the Bible, then then if we're going
First
to
of all,
argue anything in the Bible,
calm down, brother. I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to take your religion
No.
from you.
No,
I'm happy.
all
I'm
due
happy you
respect,
have it. No, 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 you're good. I can tell you're getting upset, and I understand this is a topic people totally get upset about, and I just want to reframe. Like, no one is trying to attack you. No one is trying to. I'm not even trying to change anybody's mind, right? I'm just answering questions.
Right.
I didn't, for just so you're clear, and you probably weren't looking at the name tags and all that. It wasn't even me that made that argument that, oh, this was somebody else that wrote that. I did say that this is a very good verse. This verse gives you a lot of points. Like, if you read this verse plainly without dissecting it, you are going to be like, that's saying God he's perfect, he's great, he's wonderful, he's just, he does no wrong, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, for sure. It's saying his works are perfect, and then it's saying, whoa. So his works are perfect, which is kind of interesting because I guess, well, you're going to argue that it's not, but it's fine. And then he's a faithful God who does no wrong, which then would mean, right. So this is probably the best verse for the Omni God that I've ever seen in Scripture. I would dissect it and kind of push back against it. I would say that if the rest of the Bible was consistent with this, the rest of the Old Testament was consistent with this, then I probably wouldn't have an argument to stand on. This, however, seems to be like an anomaly. I'm a little unprepared, but I could pull up. Like I said, there's literally parts where he talks about, like, oh, I made a mistake. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well then how does he do no wrong and all of his works are perfect if he's like, oh, this thing's happening that I don't know? And I know you're like, what verse? I can't tell you. So then I'm just full of shit. But
right, no.
My point is,
are you referring whenever he said, like, oh, I shouldn't have blessed Israel and I should destroy them and restart with Abraham? Yeah, it was Abraham. Or no, not Abraham.
It was the flood. When he destroyed the world with the flood, he shows regret. That is one of the times.
Well,
so
that was partial. This is partial belief, but it was the sons of God went into the daughters of man and created abominations. And there was no good or genetic purity. And that's kind of like you get the Nephilim and a bunch of other things.
Yeah, I'm aware of all the. I was a very astute Protestant Christian until I was 26 years old. I was born into it. I've read the Bible front to back multiple times. Went to church, went to Sunday school. I know everyone says that. Like I went, I believed, I read, I prayed. I was like, this is reality. Just as hardcore as I look into everything and teach everything, that I do now. I was, also digging into the Bible from the perspective of this is real and God is real and loves me and is nice and all that stuff. Where he's asking for Adam is another big one. That's not the one I was talking about. God damn it, dude! It's such a clutch verse. He was talking.
That would be interesting.
He was talking to Abraham, I'm pretty sure. And Abraham, it's about child sacrifice. Like, hey, these motherfuckers are over here sacrificing kids, and you're always like, what? I didn't know that.
Israel was going into Canaan, or
is it alright if I jump in real quick?
Of course, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like you guys are. I might have texted this before. It's on one of the channels, but you guys are discussing the paradox where God cannot simultaneously know everything and have all power, because if he did, he could choose his will upon the world, which
we haven't gotten into the omni problems, but yes, there's also all those. I gotta take a piss because I've been sitting here for like 4 hours. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I'd be interesting to. I've never actually seen the verse of God admitting like, "Oh, I did not know that." So, I mean, if that comes into light, that'd be revelation to me. And then I understand a lot of GWOT's perspective. To be perfectly honest, it's a very analytical approach to everything. I take the approach that we think we know what. We think we know what the word perfect is. We don't, but we might not really know what the word perfect is. So the fact that we're trying to, and I also am very much in agreement that man is a clusterfuck of everything, right? So even if we took something, like I'll give some people ground and say like, even if like God does exist, the man has fucked up the religion, right? Like the church and everything like that. I'll give that 1000%. So man does not do other men any justice whenever we're trying to, and preach to our brethren, basically.
Yeah.
What's that verse about man being created in God's image? If we are a reflection of that, then why is he flawless if we in ourselves have the
Or
ability
not.
to be flawed?
Right. Yeah, that's a good
Well,
question.
And
is a
that
good.
previous Deuteronomy verse speaking about his works are perfect.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get into. The Christian, yeah, the Christians are just going to say it's all part of his perfect plan, and we had to have free will, or else we would just be like the angels, and it doesn't mean anything. So we had to do this whole huge game of death and fucking suffering and everything just to show God that we really love Him, because that's what matters.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
An image of God. So say like we were talking earlier about a clone. Would a clone have a soul? So maybe we were in the image of God, but we weren't like that. Was maybe the being conscious, being like more than animals, being able to
The Bible does speak in paradoxes a good amount. So the word image, while we take it for one thing, could mean completely something else. It could be like, yeah, no. Just give me a little bit of leeway and hear me out on this one. So,
just real quick,
says,
hold your thought. Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy. All his works are perfect. Genesis 6. Where did it go? Genesis 6. And God looked upon the earth and beheld it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. Everything he makes is perfect, except for that time that the whole earth was terrible.
No, he's right.
He's man.
Completely...
He just said that man did that.
Yeah.
No. But look, you gotta understand where his logic is coming from, right? So God makes man, so man should be perfect, and then how can a perfect work fuck up another perfect work?
My argument was like God wanted us, to love Him, and if He creates us to be perfect, then we are not, able to have free will, because He creates us not to do one thing. So we would be like nothing more than a robot, like programmed to do what God wants us to do.
Basically, yeah. And that, I guess that can fall back into what I was talking about.
22:31 says, and now it doesn't say God is perfect, but again, it says His creation's perfect. It says, this God, His way is perfect. The word of the Lord proves true. He is a shield for all those who take refuge in Him.
So when it comes to works and stuff, I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but it kind of makes sense. Everything written in the Bible was written by man, right? Man of a certain time and era and stuff like that. So people were really big onto their works and craftsman stuff. So if somebody made a perfect bench or something, a perfect house, a perfect whatever, it couldn't be basically nobody. An imperfect craftsman cannot make a perfect piece of art. So if they're saying that his works are perfect, it's because like the craftsman himself is perfect. I don't know, that's something I've heard. I haven't dug a ton into that or anything like that, so I'm going to stand on that too terribly much, but it does kind of make sense if you think about it.
The Bible is also riddled. It's also riddled with it's kind of nitpicky, but your counter argument is going to be that they just wrote it this way because it's written for men to read. But basically, any insight the Bible gives to the way that Yahweh thinks, He's not thinking as a perfect being. A perfect being that knows everything and knows what's going to happen and knows the total, perfect, right, just answer for everything is just going to almost not even have an internal dialogue, right? He's just like, things are going to happen. He's going to be like, yep, that is the way I want because it is perfect. More, carry on. But we see all throughout the time. It's like the Lord said, I will destroy men who I have created. He throws a temper tantrum. Oh, everything's terrible. I'm going to destroy it. But then Noah's like, oh, please don't. He's like, oh, okay, you're right. No, I won't. Like, well,
Well,
was it the perfect
kinda,
answer to
you're-
destroy it, or is it the
you're-
perfect
I
answer to
mean-
not destroy it? Like,
You're throwing a whole lot of stuff in there, right? So he didn't. I mean, he didn't throw a temper tantrum. He saw that the world was corrupt, and he said that there was no good stuff in there. So I need to get rid of it. Now you could say that that's a temper tantrum or whatever, and I understand that you're not actually saying that temper tantrums in the Bible and stuff like that.
sure.
But
I'm just saying he had one plan, and then a human said something, and then he changed his mind to his other plan. So it's like, was the first plan just fake? Like you were just faking us out for fun, and you always knew? Like I just don't get like what's going on here.
Yeah.
This isn't a perfect being. Either you got super angry and said shit you didn't mean, or you didn't know what to do and this guy changed your mind, or like this doesn't seem like the internal monologue, the actions of an all-knowing, all-perfect, all-just being that would just know both what is going to happen and that it's the right thing, right?
Sure. So I don't know too many people, actual Christians, that think that God knows like every how the world is necessarily going to turn out. Basically, the way I've been told, think of it as like a roadmap, right? And you start off at point A, and you're trying to get to point B, and there's 100 different roads you could go on to get to there, right? But they all lead to the same path. God knows every single path and every single route that you could take, and the repercussions of each path. However, he doesn't necessarily know which path you're going to take because there is the aspect of free will. And then as far as all this, the perfect talk going on, like man isn't perfect, right? So if I don't think anywhere in the Bible God said that God made man perfect. And so because man is not perfect, we can fuck up perfect shit, right? Like, I mean, man is a testament that we can fuck shit up. So the fact that
I was kind of alluding to, that God is not perfect because we as man are a reflection of him, and we are flawed, ergo he is flawed.
We're not a reflection. We're not a reflection of him. We're a creation of him, and a creation of him that has free will.
It says we're made in his image.
His image, exactly. That's what I was trying to get back to a while back. Image, we say image, or we look at image and see one thing. Image could mean something completely different. So, as an example, mankind is one of the, if not the only animal species on this planet that has a soul. You could take that to be, and since God didn't say he made like a lion in his image or a tiger or monkey, whatever in his image, you could take that to the fact of saying that God gave man a soul, and God has a soul. God is a soul, so therefore God made us in his image. Not saying that it's a perfect, like he didn't say he made us perfect. He said he made us in his image. Now, what that image means could mean a whole bunch of different stuff. You probably find more closer to the truth if you look like the original text, the original language and stuff, which I'll be perfectly honest, I find it interesting, but it's just something I don't have the time to dive into and stuff. But image doesn't necessarily mean he made us perfect, because he obviously didn't. He made us, anything with free will can't be perfect. Well, maybe not. I take that back, because I'm assuming God has free will, and I do believe God to be perfect. So something, I guess something
God,
is the free will.
If God is, there's several philosophical conundrums, like, right, and the Christian solution is, well, God exists outside of this reality, that's why he breaks physics and logic and all that. I'm like, okay, cool, sure, but like if he has the ability to do everything and he knows everything and he's just, so he always does the right thing, then he doesn't have free will. He's locked in. He's locked into doing his duty, which he is, like, whatever, physically or metaphorically unable to not do. He's bound to it.
I mean, water. So God is often referred to, like, God and sin is often referred to as like oil and water. The two cannot be mixed, right? But the water, you would still say water. If you put water in a cup and then you put oil in a cup, you would still say like that water has free will because it assumed the shape of the cup, right? So I mean, it's not that he's locked in. It's just the fact that he's not going to do, like, he can't do sinful stuff. So not saying that he can do anything, because obviously he can't. It says he can't be with sin, so he can't be with sin. So that's one thing that he cannot do. But anything else, I think is on the table. As far as him knowing, like I said before, I don't think he actually knows how the world's, or how he knows the long game. I don't think he necessarily knows like what I'm going to do in the next 5 minutes. He knows like all the options I could take and the repercussions, blah blah blah.
Then he's not omni then, just by like even just removing the spirituality from it at all. If there's something he doesn't know, then he doesn't know everything.
Well, would you say he doesn't know? Would you say he doesn't know it if he knows like? Would you still say he doesn't know something if like he knows all the possibilities? Like I don't know which one that you're going to choose, but I know all your possible choices. I know all the possible outcomes, and I know all the possible roads that lead from there.
He would not know which one I'm going to choose, as you just said, which would be a thing he doesn't know, which would mean he doesn't know everything. I know it's like seems nitpicky, but that's like if he knows everything, then he should know everything.
And I don't know if anywhere in the Bible it actually says that God's omniscient, that he knows everything.
The Omni stuff is from medieval monks. They went and they looked at the stuff. The Bible does say, like we just talked about a bunch, like in that Deuteronomy verse. It does say often, like, he's great, he's perfect, he's just, he's wonderful, he does so many things, he's so strong, all that kind of stuff. And then so they took all those verses and they were just like, he's
omniscient. Sure. Yeah, no, I don't care what the fucking monks say. I care about what the Bible says, typically speaking. Yeah, I don't. That's like a hard rule of thumb for me, and that goes for like pro-Christian stuff and against Christian stuff too, right? So I don't even read like books that some really, really good theologist on the pro-Christian side reads. I don't read it because that's all it is a book of his opinion.
His opinion.
Exactly.
I mean, you could do that with anything like the Black Hebrew Israelites. But can I show you a verse that says that he does know what happens from the beginning to the end?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So one thing we were talking about, the red heifers and the third temple and all that kind of stuff, and Revelations lays that out, and your argument can be, well, that's, they're doing that like following the Bible as guidelines to do that or whatever. But I mean, either way, they're bringing in the Antichrist, which was predicted. But this one is Ecclesiastes 3:11, and it says he has made everything beautiful in its time. Also, he has put eternity into man's heart, yet so he cannot find out what God has done from the beginning to the end. So it's saying that God knows everything from the beginning to the end, but he's put eternity into our heart where we
sure. I'm not sure that's how that one reads out to me.
Yeah.
He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart. Yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. Yeah, that to me sounds more like they're identifying and like the yearning, like God put in your heart the understanding that you're an eternal being and your desire to have a spiritual existence and relationship and all that.
So, but you're saying like we're not allowed to use verses from the New Testament?
No.
You can do whatever you want, brother. I don't care. I'm saying, Gnosticism says that the Old Testament was a religion of the Jews, and that what Jesus was doing, Gnostics' creation story basically says that Yahweh is, they call him the Yaltaboth, and he's a bastard creation of an asexual greater god, and he thinks he's the omni-singularity, but he's not, and so he rules over this world, and he tricks all of the beings in this world that he did create this. He is a god. He did create this world. He did create us, all that. And he rules over us, over our spiritual energy to get it to feed him, right? I'm a jealous God. I'm a demanding God. No gods before me. And so we feed, everybody has to feed him all of our energy, and this is what keeps him alive. And he traps us in a perpetual cycle of reincarnation. And Jesus came here from outside of that system that's corrupted, from the actual singularity, from the actual big G God, which is a bit more of a mystic vibe than probably how you would perceive Yahweh as a Protestant Christian. And
no, you're good.
So Jesus came here to rescue us from this, to say your dogma is stupid, you're going to the synagogue of Satan, you're worried about all these fucking rules and stuff, and not in sacrificing things and not just loving each other, and all this. So he tried to reset the vibes and help people understand how to break out of the spiritual prison that we're stuck in and ascend back into the greater cosmos, like we're supposed to, and all that good stuff. So that's when you pull up a New Testament verse, and then it's the New Testament talking about.
I won't pull up a New Testament verse.
You're talking. So you're just saying that those are two different authors.
Right. So anytime the New Testament's talking about God, it's talking about a different God than the God of Abraham, according to Gnostics.
Okay.
So can I just ask like a clarifying question? I find this very interesting. You say that Jesus came from like real OG God, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, does that mean that you believe like Jesus is? I mean, so that means you believe like Jesus is the Son of God, right?
Yes. Like I said, it's more like mystic and esoteric, and less than like I think.
Yeah, but you just don't think that Jesus' father is the same God that created this planet and created humans and everything, basically everything in the Old Testament, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I might not agree with you on all the details, but at least you believe that Jesus is the Son of God, so I'm cool with you on that front, you know?
Sure, yeah. Like I also don't have like big beef with Christians, which is why I almost kind of hate these. I personally like these conversations, but I hate that to think I'm upsetting people or like even
people take it too hard.
Yeah.
I feel that because I feel like all of the best men of character in my life are Christians, and I always feel like I am just wasting efforts discussing this with them if it puts us farther apart. And yeah,
people who get angry whenever they talk about this stuff are people who typically just don't know enough about their religion, and like you can't defend your argument, you typically get angry about your argument. If you can't defend your argument, it's probably because you haven't spent enough time reading about it. This is something that is important as like, your soul, your faith, your entire everything, right? Like you should be able to argue it back. So I understand why
you just be aware. Like if all of your belief is centered around like your personal faith, and you don't have a theological argument for it, like there's nothing wrong. Just say that. Like I can't argue theology. I don't know. That's not even why I believe. It doesn't matter to me. I believe because of my experiences or whatever, which is cool. Like everyone, is going to do what they do, and that's fine.
I mean, and then honestly, too, if people were smart about it too, they could. I mean, Jesus says to walk in faith. What is faith? Is you know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, they could end that entire argument just like that and be done with the thing, and then still like honestly saying like, look, I don't know. Don't necessarily need to know, which is kind of like my stance on stuff. Like I'm a curious person, so I like to know this kind of stuff, and I would like to know more about it. And I also like to learn about other people's beliefs too, because I find it interesting, and maybe it can help me learn more about mine. Like, I know everybody thinks of God as like this figure in the sky, which maybe, but it gives us like a criteria of what God is, right? God is this extremely powerful being, created all of us, blah blah blah, sent his son down. So that could mean like a whole bunch of things. Like if you open up your mind and you're just kind of like, honestly, if you twist the words around a little bit, or maybe don't think about things the whole way through, that could be like an alien species came down and seeded the planet, or whatever. But I find this interesting as well.
Yeah, in Rebel, I wasn't trying to be contrarian. I was more inquisitive with my remarks earlier.
Oh no, you're good, buddy. I'm the last person here that's going to get offended by anything, because if I find because I'm really curious about. I don't know. GWOT was probably taking the piss when I said this, but I mean, if you do find that verse where God like admits, like, "Hey, I did not know that," I would love for you to like DM that to me, because that's something I've never seen, and I would be.
Yeah, he said that would be a revelation for him.
Yeah, I'd be personally curious to dive into that.
Says, even before there is a word on my tongue, behold, O Lord, you know it all.
Yep.
That does sound like
there is the Bible
in the
definitely.
Bible that says one thing, and you have something else in the Bible that says another thing. You have to be real careful about the context you're reading it in. You know.
For sure.
So you can't just take a verse and then say, okay, this means this, but anybody can make anything that they read, mean, like just like the media, they'll take a snippet of something somebody says, and they'll turn it in whatever they want it to say.
Yeah, I agree. Context is definitely important.
Are we still streaming?
We are still streaming, brother. The stream will end. It's gonna end pretty soon. I do have to get off.
Yeah, no, you're good. Thanks.
Wanting to.
GWOT, if you had monetized your stream, we would have had like 6 commercials by now, and you'd be raking in that thermal.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Jesus provides thermals. No, I'm joking. I am gonna get off here. I gotta wake up in 5 hours to go to work.
I'm gonna end it too, boys. I gotta get going. I've had a great conversation. Appreciate you, dear Marv, Zeke.
Yes, thank
It's
you,
good talk,
everyone.
brother.
Thank you, GWOT.
See you later.
Later, friends.